carbon by 2040, 10 years in advance of the Paris Agreement. So we co-launched that with Global Optimism in 2019. And we know that getting to those climate goals that we've all set is gonna take collaboration. It's very complicated. We also know that we can't get there if we don't address some of these other challenges, like gender inequality. And of course, gender inequality has always been. Unfortunately, there was a lot of backsliding that happened because of the pandemic. But we know that women and girls are disproportionately impacted by climate change. We also know that they are change agents in their communities, and we know that if they have the resources, they're more likely to innovate, to create climate solutions. If they're entrepreneurs, they're more likely to use their business to actually solve complex challenges like climate change. We also know that it's a really good investment to invest in women entrepreneurs, higher ROI. But unfortunately, today, climate finance is gender neutral, which means that only about 2% or less of climate finance is actually going to women-led or gender-responsive solutions. And so that means as we are all trying to get to net zero carbon, we're missing a lot of really important solutions that we need. And so Amazon and USAID got together last year, and we sort of both had this idea and decided we're gonna launch this new fund, which we're now calling CGEF, the Climate Gender Equity Fund. So that was announced last year at COP27. At the same time, Amazon also committed to invest at least $50 million in women-led climate tech through our corporate investment vehicle, which is called the Climate Pledge Fund. And so it's been a huge part of the work that I'm doing, and very happy that we have now brought on board 2X Global as the grant manager of the Climate Gender Equity Fund. The fund was really created to help close the gender gap in climate finance, really looking at how do we remove those systemic barriers that women face when they are trying to access climate finance, and just shifting the whole ecosystem. So we're gonna talk a little bit more about CGEF right now and what it all means. And so unfortunately, we only have one mic that we're gonna be able to pass back and forth. So I guess I really would like for you to maybe talk a little bit, Sana, about what 2X Global is, what do you do, and then we can dig into what the fund does.
Amazing, thank you so much, and thank you for being here. So 2X Global is a field building initiative that's focused on unlocking gender smart capital at scale. We're the home of the 2X criteria, which have really created harmonized entry points for activating investment with a gender lens. So that's across investing in women as entrepreneurs, as fund managers, as consumers, across the entire supply and value chain. And another sort of signature flagship under 2X is the 2X Challenge, that leveraging the 2X criteria has again deployed $27 billion in capital over the last 5 years. So our mission is to make sure that all capital that's deployed, and particularly climate finance flows, happen to integrate a gender lens. And Tina, thank you for pointing to some of the challenges and the gaps that are there in the market. So maybe just to situate that context a little bit more, when we have investors in the community come to this, come to their sort of entry point to activate capital with a gender lens, some of them might be thinking at it from a risk perspective, like how do I mitigate the risk in my portfolio with the increased sort of recognition that gender is material and it's a systemic risk. And then others who think about it from an opportunity perspective, what it actually means to leave 50% of the population off the table, and how might we actually, leverage that opportunity. So that's a little bit about what we do and the work of gender finance.
Thank you. So when we talk about, CGEF is really trying to remove those systemic barriers that women climate entrepreneurs are facing. Can you tell us a little bit more? I mean, you've been doing this work for a while. What are those systemic barriers that they face?
Thank you, Tina. I mean, so on the one side, the one part of the narrative is that women are sort of more disproportionately impacted by climate change. And there's lots of research and evidence that backs that up, whether it's missed opportunities to be educated, early child marriage, gender-based violence and harassment, poorer sexual and reproductive health. So that part of the narrative, there's a lot of sort of research out there. When we think about the funding side of things as well, globally, women receive only 2% of venture capital. And some women founders are also building businesses that actually need more contextualized and fit-for-purpose capital. They're not necessarily even seeking venture capital, so we actually need different flavors that are more context-specific. And then add on all of that are some systemic barriers as well. So things like, let's say, a woman entrepreneur or a smallholder farmer who happens to have an agro-processing business or something, the access to land rights, ownership, some very basic fundamental barriers that are in the way are also holding back growth and the ability to really advance and expand your business. So that's a little bit about the barriers. And I think on the other side as well, when it comes to investors, they're also activating their strategies and sort of deepening their commitment to how this works in practice. So we need more also context-specific examples. Like it looks different, if you think about, gender, especially also with elements of intersectionality, it shows up, based on the context, right? So I come back to that point of having more context-specific solutions is also quite critical.
And so the Climate Gender Equity Fund is a grants facility. How do you think the fund will really help to start to dismantle some of those barriers that exist in the system right now?
Yeah, thank you, Tina. I mean, it's an initiative and facility that we're really excited about because it really helps to demonstrate how to get capital out in this way. Under the Climate Gender Equity Fund, some of the markers of how we'll know that we're tracking is in the deployment of more capital, of course, grants in this case, but then also how that leverages other capital and brings in other stakeholders. It's also grounded in working towards better climate outcomes, and that's a core principle, right? If you're gonna have gender-smart climate finance, how do you activate capital that has both stronger financial, social, and climate outcomes? And of course, those can be sort of varied depending on the type of business model or product or solution. Then there are things around capacity, right? So women entrepreneurs at the front lines who are coming up with these solutions, yes, they're closest to the problem, but they're also closest to the solutions. So how can we accelerate, whether it's training or their ability to, fund their business in a more efficient way, provide working capital to fund managers that are, again, supporting climate entrepreneurs. So there's a lot of, the way I see it is that we need to create more of a facilitating environment in which to not only support those that are allocating the capital, then those who are coming up with the solutions, and then ultimately impact the livelihoods on the ground. And with that impact orientation, this the Climate Gender Equity Fund is really pushing the frontier in terms of what good looks like and what you can actually do with such an incredible array of grants and partners at the table. And we can get into more, but I'll pause for a moment.
And you sort of touched on this a little bit in answering the last question, but one of the sort of comments I get a lot when I'm talking about this whole topic is that I use wonky terms sometimes, right? So catalytic capital, what does that mean? Can you say more about what do you mean, right? What does 2X mean? But like, how do you see CGEF playing that sort of catalytic role?
I think one of the things that's really exciting about this from a catalytic perspective is the ability to lead where others can follow, but also to sort of light a pathway on how to do this, right? Because I think as a field of gender finance, and particularly gender and climate finance, the nexus is still emerging. And they have sort of been in silos in some ways. And it's great, frankly, at this COP also to see so much of that intersection. I mean, today it's Gender, Finance, Trade, Accountability Day, right? We're finally having a conversation that brings that intersection together. So I think this fund can help catalyze, first of all, that pathway to show how you can do this. You mentioned public-private partnerships. I think that's really essential too, really showing the power of collaboration. We're stronger together. We can do more as a collective and have deeper collective impact. It's catalytic at the level of the fund managers and their ability to do track record warehousing deals that they wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. So hence, really grounded in additionality. And then for the entrepreneurs and the solutions that they're building, it's providing that sort of innovation budget that they need, as well as the operational budget to really think through how do we bring this to market, or how do I, and for example, some of the, maybe I'm jumping ahead, but some of the applications that we received for the Climate Gender Equity Fund, some of what was being proposed was also things like coaching and leadership training and things that actually are needed to not only help your business survive, but for you as a founder and an entrepreneur to thrive. And that's really being grounded in that ecosystem approach, I think, is a real critical success factor here, and how I see the catalytic sort of nature. And then maybe just quickly, it's also helping to mitigate some of those barriers that we spoke about before, right? Being able to provide that that little bump that's needed to help these entrepreneurs actually make it to that next round.
Great, thank you. And you did sort of jump ahead a little bit, but I would like to dig in a little bit to what the first funding window for CGEF looked like. The first call for applications went live in mid-September, and we've already made some grant selections, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But can you sort of walk us through, like, what was the first funding window? I know there was 2 different categories. Why did CGEF decide to prioritize those 2 categories? And then there was also a real emphasis on solutions in Africa. So maybe talk a little bit more about why.
Yeah, thank you, Tina. So for this first funding round, first of all, I just want to thank all our partners who helped make it possible, right? Amazon, USAID, Visa Foundation, Reckitt, and others who have come since and will be sharing. But it was a very, again, collective, collaborative approach to really construct a funding round that helps us get out of the gates, and again, back to that demonstration impact. So for the first funding round, our focus has been on fund managers operating at the gender and climate finance nexus, and those who are really leveraging the 2X criteria to demonstrate how they're doing that. And then the second category of the funding round was focused more on network organizations. It could be intermediaries, incubators, accelerators. So if you think about that sort of virtuous cycle of capital, the point was to support those who are moving the money as general partners, as also those who are then working on solutions. I'm really excited to say that we had almost 400 applications, which was amazing. And again, it may be a little sad because it also shows the huge demand that's out there, but it's great because this was only our first funding round, and there's more amazing ones that are going to follow. With regards to the geographic context, we're focused on emerging markets, and particularly for the network organizations that we zoned in on, the focus was Africa. And one of the data points that I forgot to mention before is that if global venture capital is 2% to women founders on the African continent, it's less than 0.1%. And if you deconstruct that further and you look at the difference between expatriate and local founders, it keeps shrinking further and further. And hence, by having this kind of intentional, deliberate focus on building up the capacity of network-based organizations on the African continent focused on gender-smart climate finance solutions, we're really able to have that more targeted impact, and that's why we decided to zone in so specifically.
And as I said earlier, unfortunately, we don't have Ifeoma from Clean Technology Hub with us tonight, but I do just want to share who the three first organizations who were selected. So Clean Technology Hub, which is based in Nigeria, WUM Hub, which is based in South Africa, and then Mchala Ventures, which is based in Kenya. And I actually had the pleasure of speaking with all three of the founders of those organizations. Since we weren't able, the decisions were just made very, very recently, and so we were not able to have all of them here with us at COP. We did create a little video. Maybe we can, do you want to talk a little bit more about the work that they do, and then I'll share the short little video that we created.
I'll be brief. I think these three are in our first grantees. First of all, it's such a moment of pride, I think, for us collectively to be able to do that. And, you know, I'm really excited. So I think what's interesting about these three different organizations are that they are focused on different aspects of that value chain that we just spoke about. Whether it's focusing on the leadership, coaching, training side of the entrepreneurs, all the way to be able to activate and give out seed funding. And so I think my brain is going to the impact measurement management side of things and being able to see that through line. And this is just the first of the three grantees. So really excited to have them. They're also geographically dispersed across Africa, which is great. And local teams, and they're very present locally, they're on the ground, they're close to the solution, so just really excited, and we'll let them speak.
Great, thank you. And did just want to note that the fund managers, that category has not been announced yet, but stay tuned. There will be an announcement coming in the future about those organizations. And then, of course, the next session, which starts at 3 o'clock, we'll be talking about the future of the Climate Gender Equity Fund, so the next funding window, which will really be talking about that nexus of health, climate, and gender. And so without further ado, we're going to be able to show the short video of the three organizations.
So the Climate Gender Equity Fund is like a 3-year dream come true. Our funding will support women entrepreneurs in East Africa, regenerative agriculture, e-mobility, clean cook stoves, solar distribution, and waste recycling. We have a portfolio of really winning women, and this funding is just going to be catalytic.
Less than 2% of venture capital dollars have gone to female entrepreneurs on the African continent. People are investing in people who look and sound like them, and because we don't look and sound like a typical VC fund, we're not really getting and moving capital. We're using the fund for 3 things: training entrepreneurs, creating a pool of funding, and then putting together a network of financiers and investors. That's our selfish hope and ambition, is to be able to raise more capital to invest in women.
Clean Technology Hub is a hybrid hub working to drive energy access to the last mile and most remote parts of Africa. We deliberately put women at the forefront of solving Africa's perennial energy problems. Women don't have access to capital, both a systemic problem, but also a cultural problem. Because women don't have those same doors open for them, they don't have the same opportunities, it is very difficult for them to raise money. And that's why having women-dedicated funds are so important. When you invest in women, you're investing in a community of doers who are going to carry along the work and make sure that it's there for the long term.
So obviously that was a very short video. You'll be hearing more about those organizations in the coming weeks and months. We'll be doing more to raise awareness about the great work that they're all doing. With that, we are going to end our fireside chat and invite our panelists to come on the stage. And I'm going to introduce Gillian Caldwell, who is the Chief Climate Officer at USAID, who's going to moderate the panel. Thank you.
Yeah, just come on down. I think I've got Patty and then Visa. Well, it doesn't matter. Okay. Okay. Hi there, everybody. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming out. I see a lot of women in the audience, perhaps not surprisingly, but that's when we get to call to action, maybe we can talk a little bit more about that. Really thrilled to be here with these amazing partners at the table, and I'm just going to ask each of them a question that I think is pertinent to their organization and what they're doing. First up, we have Patty, who has all sorts of medical advice for me because I just sprained my ankle. But she's with Reckitt, and they're one of our first founding members of the Climate Gender Equity Fund. And I'm just wondering, you've heard a lot about the imperative to invest in women-led solutions here today, but I think everybody has a slightly different vantage point on that. So why the Gender Equity Fund? Why did Reckitt come on board? Why do you see this as so important?
We're going to be passing this mic back and forth, so listen, first of all, I'm absolutely thrilled. We're not only had the first ever health day yesterday, but today being both a gender and finance day. So what a perfect combination for us to talk about the Climate Gender Equity Fund. So absolutely thrilled to be here. At Reckitt, a lot of our partnerships focus on three areas, whether it's maternal-child health, whether it's sexual health and sexual rights, and water and sanitation. This is core to our business. And just a couple of ways to illustrate why that's important. You know, 800 children die every day from preventable diseases like diarrhea. That's water and sanitation. There are simple things that we can do to improve health by preventing this travesty. If I think about sexual health and sexual rights, 1 million new cases of STIs each and every day. Again, another preventable disease. We just need to drive behavior change. Water and sanitation. 1.8 billion people don't have access to improved water and sanitation. All of these things are absolutely preventable. So your question, why? Why are we involved in this? And one of the insights we have is actually, unintentionally, women and girls are at the core of all of these issues. So while we didn't set out to have a role that's a gender equity person like Tina is for Amazon, what we realized is that the people who will benefit from all of these things are women and girls. So it just made absolute obvious sense that this is something that we really should focus on. And so the way we address that is through three things. One is through driving behavior change, because by educating and working with schools and people, we can help them understand the simple choices that they can make every day to improve their health and well-being. The second is, and we've used this word a lot today, so I know David's gonna tell me we can't use a word that we were over and over, catalytic financing. We realized that while we can drive behavior change, we need to find better ways that we can 10x our impact, because we are absolutely dedicated, like our 2X Global colleagues, on impact and driving real material change. And so the third way is supporting entrepreneurs, because we really believe that the solutions are held locally in communities. And by supporting female entrepreneurs, we're helping not only these women through all the great stats that you've just heard from our colleagues, but we're improving communities and we're improving the lives of families. So we're having even greater impact. So that's the journey that we came on to get to the Climate Gender Equity Fund.
Well, very, very glad you took that journey and glad to be on what will surely be an exciting journey to come with you. Nyaja, I wanted to come to you now and the Visa Foundation. And I know that you really apply a gender lens very, very sort of specifically in the context of the investments that you make. So if you could talk about why you do that, what difference you might see having made that choice, and what drew you to the Gender Equity Fund, that would be great.
Made it here, the mic. Well, first of all, thank you. It's an honor to be here with incredible leaders driving change at the intersection of climate and gender. Gillian, your question as it relates to our rationale for incorporating a gender lens across our grant and investment activity at the foundation, I would start by saying its core. So when Visa Foundation was started about 6-7 years ago, the board of directors decided that the purpose of the foundation will be to advance the growth and resilience of women-led, women-owned small businesses. And so at the very beginning, what we did, since we are unique in a sense that we utilize different sources of capital to advance some of the challenges that women entrepreneurs face globally, we incorporated a gender lens across our grant making and investment. Sana earlier was talking about the importance of advancing education, upskilling, creating networks, addressing some of the systemic barriers. We address that through our grant making. However, on the investment side, so the foundation has an endowment, so we are investing in the endowment dollars across asset classes in women-led and women-owned funds, then invest in women entrepreneurs for a couple of reasons. Earlier, we heard about 2% of venture capital goes to women entrepreneurs in Africa. It's the same across markets, and that's just not true only for venture. Venture is cool and sexy, so people talk about it. However, it's across debt, it's across real estate, it's everywhere, so it's prevalent. And most importantly, when you think about, as we think about driving change at scale, there is about 100 trillion of capital, and about 1% of that is managed by women or underrepresented fund managers. So what that means is that all of this trickles down. The grantees we're talking about, you invest in people that look like you, invest in the networks that you have. So what we're trying to do is absolutely address those systemic challenges that are prevalent in the investment ecosystem by empowering women-led funds that are investing in women entrepreneurs across asset classes. The reality is many of these women entrepreneurs, because they come from the community, they're proximate leaders, they know the challenges, they understand that climate will affect themselves, their communities. They are driving those solutions in ag tech, in solar energy, et cetera. To date, we've invested about 52 million across 15 funds or plus, as I said, across asset classes. And the reason is not just from an impact perspective, as I was talking about, it's from a financial perspective as well. Women-led, diverse fund managers return higher returns on to their LPs and to investors. A study from IFC across, I would believe, 2 decades showed that in the private equity space, those returns were higher than 15%, which is significant. And then I came from Calvert. I remember looking at this data to make the case, and it's across ROI, it's across returns, but also assets, which was phenomenal. And so we took all of this when I joined Visa Foundation as the head of investment, and I said, I am willing to come, but we have to incorporate a gender lens across our investment activity as well as our grant making. And to date, we see better financial returns and much better impact with a sustainability lens. So we're very excited to be part of this journey.
Yeah, it's kind of shocking that women are only getting 2% of the investment when you hear the data. From a strategic perspective, from a financial perspective, when it comes to the impact and when it comes to the ethics, because women and children are getting hit first and worst when it comes to the impact of this crisis, and women are so rooted in their communities and have typically such deep relationships with their families, friends, and neighbors in those communities, and they're really best placed to understand the solutions that are necessary and to advance them and to really build buy-in to ensure they stick at a cultural level. So thank you so much for those reflections. And now to Laura and UPS. I think you have an exciting announcement to make, so I'm going to pass it to you, and I'm sure you'll explain as well what brings you to the room. All the way over here to B2, I saw you showing up breathlessly. It's quite a distance. I know. Yes, okay, so over to you.
So really excited to share that the UPS Foundation is making a $3 million commitment to the Climate Gender Equity Fund, and we're thrilled to be doing that, and the why. You may not realize, but UPS is involved in delivering global trade, right, in 200 countries and territories, but we're also involved in humanitarian relief logistics. And sadly, what we see is natural disasters strike or conflict happens. There's 125 million refugees on the move. A lot of them are women and children. A lot of them are the women that are, trying to find safety for their families, and in the process of UPS being on the front lines of those humanitarian relief logistics efforts, we're saying, yes, we want to give you, that immediate help and hope, but we also want to be part of the solution for helping you get back on your feet, empowering you, and enabling you to get back into your community and strengthen it, providing that resilience, that sustainability, and that empowerment that may have been missing and the reason that you left. And so we're really excited to be part of this fund because UPS has a lot of capabilities. We have a lot of expertise when it comes to helping women entrepreneurs get training globally, trading globally. So we provide the training and the workshops and the mentorship and the access to global markets through our logistics supply chains. But we also know what we don't know. We know that we're not in the venture capital space. We're not in some of the other important areas that are important for fundamental health. And so we wanted to be part of a fund that is supporting a lot of different programs so we can expand our reach and our impact through other partners, because we think a lot of the challenges of gender equity and climate are going to come when we bring lots of different stakeholders together. We're going to bring our time, our talent, and our expertise and our network to find solutions, but we know that we are stronger together, so to speak, and wanted to be part of this fund because of the amazing proposals like the ones we just saw that we can be supporting and funding. So.
Well, thank you so much for that. And I have to say, it's a really good day for me and for USAID. Earlier today, I had the privilege of announcing a new collaboration with Denmark, Sweden, and Finland. We're expecting other governments to join soon. And it relates to this commitment that we've made at USAID to really forge the partnerships we need with the private sector. All of you representing the companies that you do and the governments themselves. What can we as governments do with precious little public sector capital to get us to that $5 trillion a year we need to tackle mitigation and adaptation combined? We saw about 1.3 trillion in capital in the last year for climate finance, which is significant growth, but it's got to be quintupled to get where we need to go. And the longer it takes us to make those investments, the higher the price tag is going to be. So yeah, really exciting to have been able to announce collaboration with those governments to provide the first loss guarantee and the catalytic capital we need to set the stage for more private sector investment. And so excited to really have you all a part of the family, and looking forward to having so many more join, which leads me to my last question for everybody. Which is, if you could offer a call to action to the audience, not just the people here in the room, but those watching online, what would you ask them to do?
I think I'm going to be greedy and break the rules and give you two. Is that okay? So My first is, if you change a life, you change the world. Because when you invest in a woman, you not only enhance her prospects, as we've already heard, with fantastic returns, it's a no-brainer. But you also invest in a family, in a community, and you help raise all of that community to a better standard of life, to better economic prospects, and to better health. My second is just to acknowledge USAID, because I think not only Amazon, but USAID has really created a platform by which otherwise you can convene the private sector to come together with a singular cause. So I really my wish is that USAID continues to support, continues to create these opportunities where we can come together as the private sector to make real and lasting change.
So I would say, just picking up on that, when women thrive, humanity thrive, right? And we all know that. And so how do we foster an environment where women can thrive? I think the call to action is governments need to make sure that their policies have a gender lens. Too many policies are enacted that don't take into account the gender biases that are built into trade policy, for example, or financial policy. If you're in the private sector, make sure that you're supporting a diverse and inclusive leadership team, training programs, and talent development programs, because only when we bring women into the conversation in the private sector are we going to be able to transform some of the discussions that are happening at the table and the kind of business that's being delivered. And if you're an NGO, find the right partnerships, reach across the aisle. I think the reality is sometimes NGOs try to solve the problems on their own. There's great partnerships that can be struck when we bring government actors like USAID as well as the private sector together, because that's the only way we're going to combat some of the global challenges that exist, is if we bring in those diverse perspectives from each of us in the NGO, private sector, and government communities together to solve the problems that affect women and find the ways to empower them to change the world for the better.
Thank you, Laura. I would say the tagline for COP has been Unite, Act, and Deliver. I would focus on the delivery part, and I do think over time we're doing a better job at hearing the solutions that come from the ground and really scaling those solutions. And similar, Patty, I agree, USAID has been phenomenal in bringing all of us together, but I maybe speaking a little bit too much as an investor, intermediation matters, and we wouldn't be all here if it wasn't for 2X Global and their connections in local communities to pick those kind of organization, but also rally all of us up here to essentially put the funding in the hands of the right institutions who understand the challenges the most and can deliver, because that is critical, delivering impact in the communities by women for women. Thank you.
Okay, so we're just about to transition to our next panel on climate, gender, and health. But before doing so, I wanted first and foremost to thank our tremendous partners, Visa and Reckitt and UPS and 2X Global, and of course Amazon, who's been here with us from the very start. And I wanted to announce that USAID is going to make a further commitment in the Climate Gender Equity Fund of $5 million. Thank you. So we're happy to do it, and my call to action is for all of us to tell the story about why this matters, and it's not just about feeling good, it's about doing the smartest thing you can do with your money to invest in women, and especially to the men in the room. Sadly, the fact that women are only getting 2% of the investment globally is reflective of the endemic discrimination that we are still confronting. So to be an ally, not just to do the right thing, but to do the smartest thing, we'd urge you to use your voice in the rooms you walk in to change that reality for us all. Thank you so much, and I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you. So We're ready, yeah. So, and actually with Gillian's announcement, I did want to share, so when Amazon and USAID launched the fund at COP27, we set a goal to raise 60 million that could be deployed as grants. And so with this recent announcement with UPS coming on board, we're now at 20 million. So we're very happy that within the first year we were able to raise that much. But of course, my call to action would be we need to raise a lot more. So if you're watching the live stream or you're in the room today and you're interested in finding out more, please talk to any of us who've been up here today, because we're always excited to have new partners on board. And the more money we raise, the more we can give in grants to amazing people like you heard from earlier. With that, we're going to play a short video, which is just sort of an overview of the Climate Gender Equity Fund. And then I think I'm going to be inviting David Schuckman up on stage to start the next panel. Great. Thank you. We are in some strange miracle of COP28 running ahead of schedule, which I don't think has happened. It's because we are so awesome, as all the women. I think we're ready. Is everyone here for the next panel? Okay. All right. We're going to just take a short break, and then I'm going to be handing it over to David, who will moderate the next session.
Good to go? Is this good to go? Keep it? Lovely. I can put this mic here for the moderator. You want me to do that? There's no, there is a remarks. Is there someone who's going to say a remark, opening remark? Then keep this here, let's go.
You know, there was the mayor of the local village, the deputy mayor, the head of the district, the head of this, the head of that, all men. And they wanted to show me a particular aspect of the story. And I managed to sort of break away a little bit. And I found Shorbanu, I didn't know her name then, who was looking after her 2 young boys on her own. And she had just carried a 15-kilo container of water. Because with sea level rise, salty water's getting into the soil and into the freshwater supplies. And she had to do the lugging of the water. And it was very, very striking to realize that actually the whole community hinged on the women looking after the families in that particular culture. So it really struck me, and it stayed with me, and the discussion earlier really brought that back, the absolutely pivotal role, and it's terrific that this session is happening today. Let me just introduce our panel, and then I'm going to invite, because we're sharing the microphone in a very community kind of spirit, that might affect the structure of the discussion, so let's just see how this goes. Warm welcome to Admiral Rachel Levine, Assistant Secretary of Health from the United States government. It's great to have you with us. Dr. Monique Vleder, who's Head of Global Health Department at the World Bank, and obviously with the finance theme, that's absolutely key to have your contributions there. Her Excellency Toyin Saraki, Founder President of Wellbeing Foundation in Africa. So Toyin, wonderful to see you there. Jessica Marcella, who's Deputy Assistant Secretary at the Office of Population Affairs in the US government. So well done making the trek on time here at COP28. And Dr. Angela Naff from Reckitt, it's great to have you on this panel as well. So as I say, the structure of this might bear some resemblance to the lineup of speakers we have on this panel, but we'll see how that goes. Admiral, over to you.
I'll take that applause as for me. Thank you. It was great timing. Thank you so much. More and more. So clearly, the growing impacts of climate change are increasing the strain on public health in the United States and throughout the globe. In trips that I have had in the United States, we have seen storms and hurricanes and cyclones exacerbated by climate change. After a cycle of drought, but then heavy rain in California, actually a typhoon in Los Angeles, there have been 4,500 reported cases of valley fever, which is caused by a fungal infection, posing a threat particularly to outdoor workers. New York State has seen an 82% increase in asthma-associated emergency department visits on June 7th, thanks to wildfire smoke that was seen in New York State and in New York City and in Washington, D.C. From wildfires in Canada. Heat-related emergency visits that have increased by an average of almost 3% per year from 2008 to 2020. Arizona, in Phoenix, Arizona, has reported 425 heat-related deaths in 2023, with 200 more under investigation. Arizona had weeks and weeks of consistent temperatures over 110 degrees. I have been to Orlando, where migrant farm workers, women and men, migrant farm workers say that they leave their kidneys in the fields because of heat and because of dehydration. And so what you're seeing are examples of communities at risks, particularly communities that tend to be marginalized. Our African-American communities, Hispanic Latino communities, American Indian, Alaskan Native communities, our indigenous communities in the United States, and more. And public health systems and healthcare systems are stressed by unprecedented and repeated climate-related disasters. So for far too long, communities in the United States and across the world have faced toxic pollution, underinvestments in infrastructure and critical services, and are experiencing in the past and more now health risks due to climate change. And this harm has fallen disproportionately on marginalized communities of color and low-income communities, especially for women and girls in the United States and throughout the world. Female-headed households are more likely to be found in polluted and environmentally degraded areas with unequal distribution of environmental burdens. I have seen that personally in my travels in Alaska, in rural Alaska. I have seen that in my travels in East St. Louis, which is actually in Illinois, across the river from St. Louis, from a very large urban metropolitan area, where there's a somewhat rural area where there are more rain due to climate change, and the communities flood, and because of improper plumbing, then sewage is in their yards and in their homes. Evidence suggests that women are at greater risk than men, with higher mortality rates when environmental disasters such as earthquakes and hurricanes occur. The risk of gender-based violence is heightened during emergencies, including those brought on by natural disasters, public health crises, and climate change. Displacement and food and housing insecurity are common experiences in emergency situations that themselves increase the risk of violence, and particularly gender-based violence. For example, rates of intimate partner violence doubled in the wake of Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans, with women who experienced the greatest levels of displacement and related stressors also experiencing the most significant increase in intimate partner violence. There's also a lack of gender parity in local, national, and international climate policy decisions. I'm going to repeat that one. There is a lack of parity. There is a lack of gender parity in local, national, and international climate policy decision-making roles, and more disparities. So what we know is that these same women and girls are change agents. And they are leading the way to climate solutions. So it is critically important that we empower women and we empower girls as leaders in generating climate change solutions in our communities, in our nations, and across the world through policy, diplomacy, outreach, and programming. Now, USAID, Climate Gender Equity Fund, is an opportunity that highlights the role of multi-sector collaborations, working together across sectors to empower women and girls, to help us unlock literally an army of untapped potential. So, in summary, despite the heavy toll it has exacted, the COVID-19 pandemic and the challenges of the past 4 years have reminded us, though, of a fundamental truth, that we need each other, that our happiness and our very survival depend upon our connections to one another and to our community. And it is that spirit of community, and here at COP on a global scale, our global community, that is what is needed now more than ever. And we must call upon that again and again as we face the challenges of climate change and the health impacts of climate change. We know that there are many groups in the United States, but globally, that face unique and increased risks. Indigenous people, migrants, displaced persons are at especially high risk for new and compounding incidents of gender-based violence, in a large part because of pre-existing structural inequalities, and because vulnerable communities have fewer resources to withstand the impacts of climate disasters and the impact of climate change. Our federal efforts to deepen the research base are important to better understand these links and ultimately address climate-related disasters in an emergency that accounts for these disparities. And we want to do that in the United States, and we want to contribute to doing that throughout the world. We must close disparities in access and outcomes, eliminate bias and discrimination, and address the systemic barriers, including the barriers of systemic racism and systemic sexism, to make sure that we protect people everywhere from the threats that climate change presents. We can do better. We must do better. And I am confident, working together, we will do better. Climate solutions are health solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a great note to end on, that intervention. Thank you. I wonder whether I can just ask all of you just to highlight what's in the front of your minds when it comes to the impact, disproportionate impact of climate change on women. And can we just work along the line. Is that going to be okay?
Great. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity and to the organizers. There's a lot happening, but we really wanted to be here given the importance of this topic. And I can tell you a little bit what is on our mind when it comes to the approach of the World Bank. And we announced our climate and health program yesterday. We'll talk a little bit about the financing as well. Oh yeah, I prefer not to talk about money anyway. And it was really fascinating to hear Rachel speak about the US, and in many ways not dissimilar as what we are discussing with our client countries in Africa and Asia and Latin America. And we're seeing across the board a huge vulnerability of women. And so women are primarily affected by the changes we see in agriculture. And so nutrition issues are dramatically increasing and are really affecting women and children. I wanted to highlight the importance of focusing on sexual reproductive health and rights. And so this is an agenda that has been challenging, has been over time, maybe in this moment in time in the world, even more challenging given the politics around it. But climate is making those issues even worse. And we've seen that particularly also in those populations that are on the move because of climate-related reasons, fragility and conflict. And women are particularly affected when it comes to reproductive health. Major impact is on maternal health. You just mentioned the salt in water. There's a really clear link there between the highly increased intake of salt and poor maternal health outcomes. We've seen this a lot in countries like Bangladesh. And children, particularly girls, really vulnerable to be pushed into very early marriages because of the poverty associated with all of this impact of climate on health. And then, of course, specifically those groups that are specifically vulnerable, like sexual and gender minorities, are particularly affected. So it's a massive agenda, and in our day-to-day conversations with the governments that we support, this is very much at the center. And I think we're at a moment in time where there's a realization that more needs to be done, we have a massive challenge ahead of us when it comes to translating that into concrete action and implementation. Thank you.
So when I think about climate change and I think about health, I always will still go back to what the Wellbeing Foundation does every single day at the front lines. We put women, their newborns, their children, their families, and the health workers that we upskill to be able to service their health at the forefront of all our actions. We recognize the undeniable link between climate and health and the urgency of actually addressing these issues. And as we stand at the front lines of the crisis, we know that this is one of the gravest threats to human health that we will ever see in this century. From Nigeria, where I come from, is actually grappling with very tangible everyday health repercussions of climate change. Our nation has experienced the immediate impact of extreme weather patterns, manifesting as heat waves, floods, prolonged dry seasons, and intensified rainy season periods. These are challenging our agricultural practices and our food security, but they're also exacerbating the burden of infectious and non-communicable diseases, heat-related illnesses, and most importantly for us, adverse pregnancy outcomes. When you work with pregnant women and newborns as we do, you realize that during a normal pregnancy, there are only 4 medications that are safe for a pregnant woman to take. So for instance, if I was to have malaria and I'm non-pregnant, I know the medication to take. But for a pregnant woman who has to deal with her own life and the life that's growing inside her, not all those medications are safe. We have another saying across Africa. They say prevention is better than cure. But where are the investments that are going into prevention at scale? So I particularly applaud RECIT and the USAID for this gender-focused fund, not because we specifically have to say women's investments are better, but I think when women invest, Women invest from a family impact-centered approach. And the family is not just, myself, my husband, and my children. The family is the entire family and the community. So a woman's investment, investing in one female entrepreneur who has brought an idea to bear, very often will give you a 4 or 5-fold investment, because it's not a selfish investment that's just based on counting the money at the end of the day. It's counted in life saved. So let me stop there, because I know there's more questions. And thank you very much for having this conversation on Gender Day at COP. I'll say one last thing to show you the power of investment. On my way here, I actually got lost. I went to the wrong building. And as I made my way to the right, everybody knows I'm geographically challenged, but when I made my way to the right building, I noticed a young lady following me at the back, and she looked like she was trying to pluck up courage to speak. So I stopped and turned around and smiled at her. And she said, "Oh, do you remember me?" And I thought I remembered her face, so I said, "Yes, I do." And she said, "My name is Bilkisu, and I want you to know that I lived abroad all my life, and I'm now moving back to Nigeria to head an agency for inner city development. And the reason I had the courage to do that is because I met you randomly in 2015, and you said to me you wanted to invest in people coming back home from the diaspora to work at home." So young northern lady, she's wearing her hijab and jilbab and everything, but inside her is this fire to influence development. And if it was just one conversation, I didn't even remember the conversation, but she reminded me. So the one thing women need is encouragement and access. Thank you.
So I agree with all of the comments that my colleagues here on the stage have made, and I really continue to harken back to a couple of thoughts. One of them is that we are facing multiple intersecting crises, and so the leadership, just to have the conversation about how we need an intersectional approach, if we're thinking about health equity, about gender equity and equality, about how we tackle this climate crisis, is really rewarding. I also think about the fact that these have been challenges that have existed for decades. And so when we think about the climate crisis and its impact on gender and its impact on health, we have to recognize what is seen throughout all of the literature about it being a threat multiplier. That means that those threats exist in any given day. And so really having the opportunity to center the experience and expertise of those who are most affected feels like the right strategy. And so as we continue to have conversations about this nexus between climate, health, gender, equality, thinking about all of the people and their diversity, and the ways in which this is a global problem, which is experienced by so many countries, and the opportunities to work together, it's just really valuable to be here. And every single example that was given, whether it was about the maternal mortality crisis, or about insecurity and displacement, or the ways in which we are not investing sufficiently in women, is so important to elevate. And so I'm glad that this conversation is happening.
Wow, actually, I'm super humbled by these first few moments together with you all. So what I would like to maybe just share is that I have such a spirit of impatience right now. That is what's on my mind. I think all of the facts, all of the experiences that we're all hearing today, but we've heard them for a while, puts a fire, I like the way you said that, should be putting a fire under us in terms of what are we going to do now. That's what I feel is really this catalytic moment. Yesterday, having the very first health day, I mean, quite frankly, it was like, yes, of course. This was no surprise to us at Reckitt in the sense that there is this confluence of climate and health and gender. So yesterday was a precipitating moment that we together have got to now build upon. So this spirit of impatience, fire in the belly. I just want to maybe remark again on, I think when we had the video in our last session, so Tina, thank you for sharing that video. You know what I saw in those three women when they were going through their recognition of this? I saw leadership, I saw ownership, and I saw their smiles. They're not looking at there and saying, I'm not quite sure what to do. They know what to do. give me the opportunity. No, I have earned the opportunity is what they're saying. So now it's up to us to celebrate the role models, create the frameworks and the processes to go let them thrive. So if there's one thing I'm leaving this COP with, it's this, this added impatience that we have what it needs to go forward. And so I'm super excited. I'm very much an optimist. And so really my optimism is just overflowing with the more dialogue and more conversation that we have.
That's great. But we're getting good at it, right? I mean, it's that very, very powerful comments from everybody. Thank you so much. So look, one of the things that obviously came up in the last panel was the whole question of the finance. And I mean, I'm absolutely appalled, shocked by this 2% figure. 2% of all lending, did I get that right? VC, venture capital, and in Africa, half of 1% goes to women. Which is mind-blowing, doesn't do it justice. I wonder whether, Monique, you'd pick up this, coming from the World Bank, how does one begin to shift that? Is it a cultural thing? Is it, well, what is it actually? And how do you break out of that? And then we'll see who else wants to come in on that. Thank you. I'll pass that one. I know you don't want to talk about finance, so that's okay.
Yeah, and so I just want to, I like your energy, and I just wanted to build on that, saying, is this, we're not saving the planet. We're talking about our own survival, right? And so 28 years it took for a climate and health day to come around, but is this a moment in which we say actually things are getting worse, not better, right? But could we translate that into something that also then accelerates impact on gender equality, right? Is there a way of thinking around how we address these challenges that actually would make it go faster, right? And so in the way we think about rolling out the financing that the bank has for climate and health, we see sort of 4 elements that are important to the gender discussion. One is evidence. Right, if you want to put your money where the people that are most affected are, right? I mean, there's no doubt that we'll be looking at women and children, right? And the second one is power. And so we have to, in the translation and the implementation, think around how are the power dynamics playing out in favor or against the well-being of women. And so, because I really like to think about not as being victimized, but about agency, right? And how do you give agency and voice? And then the third one is political representation and leadership, right? As we see over and over again, that if you have gender equality in decision-making, in the ownership and allocation of budgets, in political leadership, things change, right? And the fourth one, is risk. Right, so we need to have some ability to take risk, right? And so I like this idea of this fund. When there's some grant funding, you could pilot and you could take some risks to do things differently than we've done in the past, right? And so, and then to answer your question, we learned in media training, you never answer the question, so yeah. But I think, what you're seeing there is a result of the lack of those 4 things, right? And so not bringing evidence, a lack of leadership, a lack of agency, etc., right? And so we announced yesterday on Climate and Health Day that our Climate and Health program, in which we will work with over 100 countries to build the evidence, do the diagnostics, and use the financing that the World Bank has in our pipeline. And we're expecting that this will be yearly around $3 billion in financing for climate and health to roll out these programs and mainstream gender as one of those issues that need to be addressed for us to be impactful. And so with that, hopefully other sources of financing, you were particularly talking about the private sector, will also shift, because you'll see stronger voice and presence of women in the decision making around climate and health.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, just to pick up on a, I think, very powerful phrase about women as agents of change, should we turn now more to solutions and next steps and what people would like to see, and in particular, really, what an event like this can bring about in terms of addressing some of these terrible challenges that you've all expressed so clearly. Admiral, do you want to pick up on that?
Well, I think that that's true. I think that women are change agents. I think that women are change agents within their families, within communities, and even at, whether it's the state, national, or international level. So one thing that we are doing to look at the risks, but also to empower women, is there is a recent Biden-Harris administration U.S. national plan to end gender-based violence. And the goal is to work to end gender-based violence, but at the same time to empower women and girls to be those change agents. Because of course, domestic violence, sexual violence, gender-based violence is one of the things that plagues women in families and communities and across our United States and across the world. So we want to integrate climate and gender considerations into that. We want to work on disaster preparedness and response, food and nutrition security, water sanitation and hygiene, and to deal with those issues. And I think that if we give women and girls an even playing field, that you'll see how much change can come from that.
Thank you. I just wanted to, obviously in some countries there are cultural barriers to overcome on that journey. I wonder whether I could pass the mic to you, Toyin, in the context of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, David. You know, when you talk about Nigeria, it's such a difficult country to talk about because we have such a diverse mix of cultures in the country. But the one thing that I think every Nigerian understands and appreciates is the value that the female gender brings to our world. You know, we birth children, we nurture them, we look after the family, but that's not just our role. A Nigerian woman actually does the heavy lifting. We're talking about clean water and sanitation, which is fundamental to health. The role of fetching water in every Nigerian home, it doesn't matter if you're in a palace or if you're in a hut in the middle of the jungle, the role of fetching water is the woman's role. And that is heavy, heavy lifting. You see me wear this scarf on top of my head, and you'll see everybody in villages wear this. It's not just a thing of beauty, and it looks queenly to you, but this is what protects us, because when a woman is carrying a heavy load in Africa, she carries it on her head. So we wrap our heads in fabric to allow a barrier between the weight of the bucket of the water. And then I keep seeing competitions. I've been a judge on many competitions, including the Wreck-It Win Fund. And when you see innovation, and this is where I'm going to, when you see innovation come out of a Nigerian girl or female, that innovation is always an answer to one of our daily pressing challenges. When I started the Wellbeing Foundation Africa, it was because I almost lost my life in childbirth. And then I looked at my country's data and realized I wasn't the only one. And it was something that needed to be tackled at a systemic level. But the issue is we have to move away when we're trying to empower women's leadership and women's entrepreneurs from it only being because of one stubborn person's lived experience. Because in the other countries, there's certain things you take for granted. There's a calculation that I love, but I've never been able to get the answer for in Nigeria, and it's a calculation of the value of a statistical life. You know, in America, in the UK, the value of a statistical life is the same for any child that is born in that country, whether male or female. I have never been able to run the calculation on the VSL of a Nigerian child, but I would wager that that VSL is vastly different for a boy than for a girl. So when we are trying to drive this innovation, we need to somehow make sure that there is equity in the access. And this, it speaks to everything. When we're talking about gender-based violence, it's very painful for me to sit and listen, because gender-based violence is the end of the journey. It's not the beginning of the journey. If we actually valued every child and every human the same, whether it be male, female, whatever class you are, whether you're going to go and study medicine or you're going to sweep the street, if everybody had the same level just by being a citizen of a country, we would be able to prevent some of these things which we are trying to respond to at the end game. So what I think the Nigerian woman is born as a child with a lot of endurance, resilience, strength, ruggedness. We are born with it in the fight just to stay alive up until age 5. It's what happens with the investments after that. It's like we're born with a full bucket, and then this leakage appears here, this leakage appears there, and all of a sudden you're 18 and your parents have a financial problem and they're telling you to go and get married, you know, and that early marriage is a response to poverty. It's a response to not being able to feed the family. I know of families, royal families, who one daughter was ready to get married and the groom's family had come to ask for her hand, and then by the next morning the father had told one of the wives in the palace, okay, everybody who's between 16 and 18, we're doing the wedding tomorrow, and they choose spouses for them and marry 6 daughters off at once. So only one met her spouse before. The remaining 5, and some of them run away. It's even part of a tradition now. We have something called ereoson, which you do before your wedding, and you're running, and it's become the culture. You're running between your father's house and the king's house because it's supposed to be the depiction of running away, of not wanting to marry a person. So what I have to say is that we have to intentionally, and that's why I salute this fund, we have to intentionally make these investments in women and girls because that's an investment for the whole community. We have to also bring in the guarantees that stop the rights that people were born with from being taken away from them. And then because of this gender disaggregated data, we need to bring community level auditing to make sure that we are our sisters' keepers. And there's a listening mind somewhere, whether it's through school nurse visitors, like we're running through the Hygiene Quest program, which we're doing for Record, where nurses and coaches are visiting the schools to teach about infection prevention and control and the clean environment through hand washing. But they're also seeing the students and seeing if anybody's looking vulnerable and providing a safe space for that conversation. And I think what I'm trying to say is this is a very targeted fund, which is sorely needed, but we need to integrate it into the frameworks that we have in order to strengthen it and to help it strengthen the delivery of all the other work we're doing. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, specific to agents of change, you know, I think we continually think about the top-down and bottom-up approach that we have to take when addressing any sort of challenge. And I think from a top-down vantage point, it's everything that we've talked about. Representation matters. Having a seat at the table, allowing innovation to flourish by using the lived experiences of people and women in particular is one real opportunity that we have here. And I think when we think about a bottom-up approach, we have to do the same. We have to make sure not only as we think about women as agents of change, but that as women as parts of the equation, right? The pandemic laid bare for many of us that we did not take a gender responsive approach to how we protect communities. You know, access to basic healthcare services, sexual and reproductive health and rights, just hygiene and menstruation products were not available for women because it had not been part of our planning. And so even in the context of the work that we're doing in the US, right, there's the president's emergency preparedness plan about adaptation and resilience. I think it's so critical that we continue to center those experiences, that we think about adaptation and resilience and what that means to specific people. And so the way that we get there is by using the expertise of women as change agents, and as everyone else has said. And so really sort of value taking both a very directed approach, but one that reflects the diversity that we see in our world.
Thank you all very much for that. In the context of the fund, which is obviously a groundbreaking initiative, and I can sense the excitement around it and the positivity, and that's always a great feeling to generate. I wonder whether we could just get some comments from each of you about what the fund means to you, what do you hope it'll achieve, what the next steps might be, and we'll just work along the row here as we're kind of in the concluding stages of this session. So perhaps keep your comments brief, if you would, but it'd be great to hear your perspective on what you think the fund could achieve and why it matters to you, and where really you want to go with it next.
Well, I think the fund is hope and opportunity. Hope for the future, opportunity for the future. I think that it acknowledges the challenges in terms of climate change and gender equity, and it starts to make a step towards a solution for that for women and girls in the United States, but throughout the world. So to me, it means hope.
I've got to say, I wrote that down. The fund is hope. I think Patty wrote it down as well. It's a powerful quote. Thank you for that.
So I think a role a fund like this could play is it has to be catalytic and focused on innovation, because the financing needs and the gap is so large that where a fund like this can add value is really try and drive the innovation and the solutions, the priority and the visibility to the importance of the topic that then allow others to put magnitude of financing behind it. And maybe as this is your last question, I understand, to make one more point, which I think is really important, is having male allies is really, really important for impact. And just wanted to highlight that as
I'm really excited by this fund because I think it's an innovation intensifier. I like the fact that the fund is embracing public-private partnerships, which is something that would not normally be available to a young female entrepreneur. I like the fact that it has a lot of mentoring in it. It's creating this supportive ecosystem that helps peers to grow together even though they're working on diverse things, and also just provides that quality assurance almost, so that as you are accessing the fund, you are also increasing your own capacity and your own quality. And then the most exciting thing for me about the fund is the fact that it is just so diverse in its ecosystem. So somebody could be in, I don't know, a little village somewhere in Africa or Afghanistan, and they're being connected with people who are experts in the State Department, the medical systems. I think we have a lot of learning and development to do alongside as the fund is being implemented that could just completely exponentially transform the impact for all of us. So I'm delighted to be involved.
And for me, I'm most excited that it is really about action, right? It is a catalyst, it's an accelerator, it is a driver. It is meant to be not the totality of the ability to invest in such an important initiative, but the start or even the middle of a pipeline that really supports taking action. And I think we have all been consistently clear that this is a decisive decade. We need action and solutions right now. And so to have a fund that is directed in that way and that really eliminates obstacles so that anyone can be a change agent is so powerful and so important and so necessary right now.
I just love all those comments. And so maybe I'll just highlight the connection. I think that this fund is in fact the embodiment of all of COP28. I really do feel that way. Unite. We are united in our community. We are united in the communities. We're united in ways of working. We're united in ways of challenging the status quo. We are united in the barriers that we know exist. We are acting. We are doing. We're not sitting around and debating. We're doing. I love this sort of progress, not perfection. We are doing, we are acting collectively to get all of that amplification that I think I hear today. And I think this last point around deliver. I agree with you. We have to make sure that these leaders are educated, are skilled up, so that that delivery is not in question. We have to be with confidence as we continue to drive the next rounds of grants and awardees, that those are going to deliver because we've helped them to deliver, not because we have expected them to deliver or because we kind of think and hope that they might deliver. We've tooled them and we've skilled them in a way that we know with confidence that they will deliver. So I think this whole spirit of unite, act, deliver is this fund's intention. So thank you.
Very, very striking to hear all that. I mean, the fund is hope, it's a catalyst, it's action, and I'm just so struck by the number of hours I must have spent sitting in conference halls listening to men in suits waffle on about what ought to happen, or how someone else should do something. You know, actually, I'm in a suit, but anyway. And so it's a hugely energizing privilege and pleasure to have sat with you and hear some real dynamism and some energy and some positive thinking. So would you all join me in thanking our terrific panel? Thank you very much. I'm now going to hand over to Patty O'Hare for a final announcement.
No, it's just to thank everybody from USAID and the US government for their support, for convening the fund, the Climate Gender Equity Fund. Our friends at Amazon as co-founders of it, really thank you for all of that. I think this panel didn't get the benefit of hearing, Tina, your statement, so I'm going to be your cheerleader here and say that the fund has an ambition to have $60 million US. We're exceedingly pleased to have our friends at UPS join us with a significant announcement today. USAID committed another $5 million to the fund today. Our friends at UPS added another $3 million today, so we are at a collective. We're at a collective of 20 million of our 60 million target, but you know what? We're not going to stop at 60 million because we know that only 1 in 2 people in the world have access to even the most basic health care. That's why the next funding round is going to be a health-focused round, and we're very excited to continue the collaboration and make sure that health is a human right and not a privilege. Thank you.
So can just put the talking points in front of here. Maybe this is fine.
So hold on. So whoever's going to be moderating has to sit here and has to have her mouth very close. Hold on. And has to have her mouth very close to the mic so we can hear her clearly as much as possible, right? Now that one will be Let's switch. Let's switch. Get that chair.
But the podium is first before this.
Not a problem.
And then what do I do for logistic announcements? Do I use the podium and the handheld?
Yeah, the podium. When you're done, I'll come and remove the mic to the other side. All right, when you're done. Then we'll have to bring it back. But if you don't want to project from here, your slides, you can maybe put for each chair here. You look funny.
It's too close to them.
I don't know, you'll be behind this.
Can I put a chair over there?
Yeah, but
It'll be too
no,
distracting, you think?
No, I don't think the cable will reach you.
I see.
Because this is connected to the screen.
I see.
See?
It's not the end of the world. Maybe I just have to come here when we're doing the slides.
Your call.
Kim?
Or we can put a seat for you here. Right?
Yes.
I don't have an extra table, so you'll have to put it on your lap.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
All right, let me get yours.
It's not the best thing, but for the slides, there's no flexibility, so I'll have to sit in the corner here somewhere. So I'm hoping that when they're speaking and stuff, I can be somewhere else. I'm fine with that, but I think it's going to look so awkward.
Slides all throughout. Yeah.
But then, when Cassie's giving her opening remarks, whatever looks less awkward. This is as far, Letitia, this is as far as the wire goes for the laptops. Unless Letitia, you're comfortable with doing
so you can do your own slides? Because otherwise it would look weird.
There are slides to advance through the whole event, right? Like panel 1, panel 2.
I'm all worried about not having enough seats. It's up to you. I don't mind sitting, but it could look a bit awkward.
Yeah, like with her on my back like this.
I can advance from the logistics slide
Yes.
to Cassie.
Yes.
And then she comes.
Yes, maybe she can
So
do
you
her
need your
own.
laptop here?
You
need
could do
your
your own
laptop?
size, yeah.
You need your laptop
Yes,
here?
please. Yes, please.
Not this, it's all
Thank
right.
you very much.
Just put your laptop there. It's setting it to the other side.
Okay.
Don't trip on it. Take care.
I will try not to.
Yeah.
At least if I trip now, it's better than when it starts, right? Does it automatically charge, by the way, when this is connected? Is it charging at the same time?
You need to go. Do you have a charger? Let me put the charger. Get your charger.
I have a charger.
Yep.
me try and.
You need to make sure that doesn't go on sleep.
Yes.
Your screen is not there, yeah?
Okay.
So I'll tell you what, you don't need the slide from us.
I don't need the slide, okay. Has Mariana
You got
done
an
this?
email. Yeah, she said Mariana sent you. She said please check your email.
Okay.
She sent you an invite.
Okay. Follow that. Has she changed the PowerPoint link thingy?
Check her email for the co-host link. She should have just received this morning.
Okay, let's try and see. Yeah, it's really. This is really crazy. This is just terrible. So many things.
There's so many. It's like so many details. Like she needs to be let in as co-host, and they didn't send it to her until like a minute ago. And it's like there are way too many things that can go wrong with the whole.
Okay. Oh gosh, I'm connected here, but I. I know, I wanted to be on that laptop. I'm just thinking of how to do it now. You know what? Wayo is gonna hate me, but we need to switch this out. We need to switch. Okay, sorry. So basically, I need to have this connected to the speaker, which is over there. So I need the Zoom somehow working here. Yeah.
Because the Zoom needs to. Why don't we bring the speaker over here?
Okay, we can.
Let me know.
but-
Microphone.
Yeah, we can bring the mic.
Oh, it needs to. Yeah, the speaker.
Yeah.
So we just bring the mic. Like I'm not on the back channel chat. Thanks.
Okay, let's see. The mic.
Yes.
Do we have the?
The handheld?
Yeah, the handheld, please. Wahida, you're good with computers. Could you help me out here? I just want to somehow connect to this. Is this connected to the speaker now?
Yeah, Realtek audio should be the correct one.
Okay, so I can hear them, but okay. Can you hear me, Claire?
Yeah, now we can. Okay, great.
So can you hear me loud and well?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
Can we test your video, please, to see?
Video, not right now, but I think we'll figure that one out, Mariana. Let me know if you can still hear me.
Just see if you can still hear her because she's.
We've had to make a change. Yeah.
she's
Can you
walking
hear me?
away. Can you hear her?
Yes.
Okay.
We hear you, but it's not super clear. Yeah. The interpreters are saying the same. So can we check? Are you using the microphone as I said with Nina?
Hold on.
If you want.
All right, this is on.
Okay. Yes. Oh no, it's fine. Okay, great. I think that the sound is working fine. The camera will be on in a bit. We're gonna do it from Kim's computer, basically. So once she's connected, you'll be able to see the video. The video. I don't know, Mariana, if you can still hear me. That's fine, but yeah, the setup was a bit complicated. Can you still hear me?
Can we test the video, please?
Okay, would somebody be able to let Kim or Benjamin in. Benjamin as an organizer.
Shared in the chat as well. The pavilion is doing a live stream on YouTube.
Okay. Just if you could help me out, Mariana. With the video, it's a bit of an issue. It's a bit of an issue. We're joining from somebody else's laptop from the video. His name is Benjamin. I'm not sure whether you will see him in the waiting room.
Without interpretation, right?
The interpretation and everything will take place from the laptop that I'm on. Okay.
Live recording.
Hello?
We can barely hear you.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm basically saying that the video is a bit of an issue. Long story short, we don't need to go into the stories of it, but we're joining from Benjamin's laptop. I don't know if any of you know Benjamin from Climate Hub. If you can let him in as an organizer, then we'll be projecting the video from there, please.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Great, thank you.
Shoot, Fatu, you know his last name?
What is Benjamin's last name? What's Benjamin's last name? They're just going to add him as Basmati.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can just add him as an organizer and then we'll project the video from his laptop. Yeah, sound is good, yeah. But if you could ask Wail to help me with a charger for this laptop, really important. Yes, yeah, I need a charger. Yes, and maybe my charger's over there, I think. Yeah, then he should be able to figure it out. There's a plug right here.
Okay. Maddie, are you able to get in from your Zoom backend to add a new co-host? Because mine's not working. Maybe 5 is the maximum. It doesn't let me add more. But at the moment we're free. Batu, Mariana, and I. So I don't need to be a co-host. Well, maybe leave me as a backup please in case I like do. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Maddie, you see if it works for you on there.
If you could give him like all of the rights possible, because I'll probably be navigating from his laptop. Yeah, and the sound and everything is fine. They just need to connect him so that I can navigate from over there.
It needs to be on here.
Yeah,
but the volume can be off or no?
Yeah, the volume can be off. I just need them to connect.
I can hear them now.
Yeah, I'll turn it off. We're about to start, so yeah, I just need a charger. Somebody has lost the second half of it.
No, we gave it to somebody.
Yeah.
So what is the, you don't have it?
I don't have it, unfortunately.
Upgrade. Oh, I see. Yeah, so that would mean I would have to start the webinar. Yeah. Let him join. Webinar because it's the time. There we go. Start.
Okay, go ahead. I'm almost, Kim. I think we're gonna need a little bit of time. Oh, just 1 minute to do for him to join. Okay, perfect. Okay. I'm going to mute you, so everything you want to communicate, please, if you can do it via WhatsApp or Teams, okay? It's okay. I'm just Waldo and ask aloud.
And I'll connect it for you as soon as you have it.
Okay, no problem.
Always remember, whatever you're doing here is on the screen. Yep. So this is where the electric is.
Okay.
It's down here in the box.
Okay, perfect.
So what you have to do is just plug it in as soon as you find one. All right?
Why is the smoke going?
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome. We're delighted to have you here for this launch of the United Nations Development Program High Integrity Carbon Markets Initiative. I'm just going to start with a few housekeeping sort of announcements, and then we'll get moving. So as you've hopefully seen already, there is interpretation via Zoom. There will be two speakers speaking in Portuguese and Spanish. So if you require translation for that, you connect to Zoom on your laptop or your phone using this QR code. If you do not have earpods, headsets, we have them over there. We have a few additional ones. So please do set that up if you would like to, if you need that service. Please raise your hands if you're having trouble connecting to that Zoom translation, and we have several members of the team who can circulate and help you get connected to that. Just so everyone is aware, we'll be recording this session only for note-taking purposes. If there are any objections, just kindly let us know. And now I would like to play a brief video to get us started. You're doing? Okay.
Blurred.
Okay, now I'm delighted to hand over to share with us some opening remarks. Cassie Flynn, the Global Director of Climate Change at the United Nations Development Program. Thank you. Sorry. There you go.
Hello, good afternoon. It is such a pleasure to have all of you here joining us for this event today. This has been a long journey together. It's been a labor of love that has gotten us to this point. And so, Minister of Environment of Ghana, Honorable Dr. Kwaku Afriyie, Swiss Ambassador for the Environment, Felix Wertley, Governor of the State of Para, Mr. Helder Barbalo, Governor of the State of Amapa, Mr. Clisio Luis Vilhena Ferreira. I am so pleased to have you join us Excellencies, and everyone here who is in the room. This is the launch of the United Nations Development Programme's High Integrity Carbon Markets Initiative at COP28. And this word integrity is something that we have talked a lot about over these last months and years, and it is embedded in the DNA of this initiative. UNDP has supported over 125 countries with their nationally determined contributions. And we've seen countries be as ambitious as possible and knowing that they need to do more. And one of the big challenges, and we hear it so much in the halls at COP and the discussions around climate action, is all about finance. How do we ensure that finance can flow to the places that need it? Because right now, even though we talk about there are billions and trillions out there, it is not flowing in an equitable way. And we know that carbon markets have an incredible role to play in helping to drive public and private investment into the targets that are set out on NDCs. And the reality is that we know there's a lot of questions about carbon markets. We know that some have talked about sort of the concerns about credibility, about transparency, and we are working with all of you and all of these partners to really dive into a lot of these complicated questions to start saying, how can we design and manage carbon markets to prioritize high integrity and climate ambition? In other words, in this vastly complicated landscape, in this landscape where we have such high pressure and high stakes, how do we get it right? And this applies on the supply side. What is the quality of carbon credit? It has to have robust principles and guidelines, not only in terms of the vigor in carbon accounting, but also going beyond to adhere to the highest social environmental standards. And it also applies to the demand side. Is the claim transparent? Does it go beyond value chain mitigation, and is it part of a science-based target? These are really important questions that have to be embedded within the DNA of our work. And considering these elements and taking this approach to help issues related to double counting, greenhouse gas emissions, human rights, greenwashing, all of these big topics that we know that we have to work our way through in order to get it right. And it's our vision to make carbon markets work for host countries around the world, not only to leverage much needed finance, but to contribute to achieving NDCs and the SDGs. Realizing this vision, again, goes back to that issue of integrity. What does it mean to have integrity every step of the way? And so this is our beginning, and we invite you to be a part of it. Getting through these questions, learning from the incredible successes that we have seen and that we're going to hear a lot about today, and a lot of the lessons learned. How do we build with this? How do we chart a way forward that takes all of these experiences and helps promote climate ambition and sustainable development in all of the countries that want to take bold climate action that we know is necessary. You know, as we walk around these hallways at COP, and I'm almost embarrassed to say I've been coming to COP since 2006. And this idea of how can we build something together? What does it look like for countries to work together on climate action has always been at the heart of these discussions. And I'm really hopeful that today we are launching, along with all of you, a step in the direction that we can work together and we can do it in a way that helps us all to succeed. So with that, thank you so very much. And I am pleased to introduce Leticia Guimaras, who is the global lead of carbon markets at UNDP. Leticia, over to you.
Thank you, Cassie, and thank you everyone for being here with us today. I am very pleased to introduce to you the UNDP Initiative for High Integrity Carbon Markets. As Cassie said, this is the result of months and years of pilot implementation, of working on the ground and learning the lessons and making sure that we hear the countries and their needs. High integrity for us, as Cassie mentioned, is a two-way street. It is on the demand side and it is on the supply side. And it's only with high integrity that we can assure that carbon markets contribute to the net zero transition of the economies. UNDP is actively collaborating with global initiatives that work on the principles of high integrity to make sure that we give the guidance that countries and local stakeholders need to have the implementation on the ground adhere to these principles of high integrity. Not only because this is the right thing to do, but also because we see more and more buyers compensating those credits that are of high integrity. So it makes sense for business, but also makes sense for the environment and for people on the ground. And what do we mean by integrity? There were years and years of discussion on what high integrity means, but thankfully, over the past 2 or 3 years, we have very well-known initiatives that brought the different global experts to come together around these principles and what do they mean. Usually, high integrity is associated with carbon accounting and transparency. So it means that there is alignment with the Paris Agreement, that there is a contribution to the net zero transition by 2050, that there is accurate accounting, no double counting, permanence, all these big words that we hear everywhere. But for UNDP, integrity goes well beyond carbon accounting. It also means the social and environmental benefits that this type of initiatives can bring. UNDP has already well-established frameworks and processes to evaluate the social and environmental risks and ensure that these initiatives go beyond just risk mitigation and bring real co-benefits, both for the environment and for people on the ground. On the demand side, we were also inspired by another initiative. So for supply side, the ICVCM is this big initiative that I was mentioning before. And on the demand side, the VCMI has established the code of practice of how corporate organizations that want to do it right can make their claims with regards to the use of carbon credits in a way that avoids greenwashing. And we come from a perspective that we don't think that most corporates want to do the wrong thing. We think that they want to do it right. So we are here to help in the process of making sure that strong targets are set for the private sector and that when they make the claims of the use of carbon credits, that these are done abiding by principles of high integrity. I am very pleased to present to you our vision and mission for this initiative and to say that today is just the first step in this process that we are restarting now. So what we are looking for here in this lounge, and I'm so pleased to see so many people in the room from so many different backgrounds, is that we want to start the dialogue with you. We want to hear from you about your experiences implementing high integrity, and we want to build this initiative with you. We believe that developing countries are very well positioned to generate high integrity carbon credits. At the same time, there are so many initiatives out there. There is fragmentation, different requirements, and it makes it extremely difficult for the ministries of the environment or the environmental focal points to track the different areas and the different initiatives out there. So we want to make things easier by providing the right data, information, and evaluation so these countries can make their own decisions about how to take on this opportunity that carbon markets bring and make sure that they attract new and additional private sector investments for the implementation of their NDC. So our vision is to make sure that carbon markets work for the host countries, that the money stays in these countries, that there is a fair price paid for the carbon that they generate, and that people on the ground benefit from it. We also want to make sure that there is higher ambition being promoted by these mechanisms. If they can have access to low carbon technologies and more resources, they will be willing to do more. We also want to make sure that carbon markets go beyond just carbon accounting and contribute also to the sustainable development goals. Our mission then is to assist host countries and local stakeholders to access high-integrity carbon markets at scale to contribute to the global climate change mitigation targets and to sustainable development. UNDP has a very strong track record, and it's very well positioned to give on-the-ground support to countries through our country offices, many of them represented here today, and also to the local stakeholders to support the generation of these high-integrity credits and also make the bridge between the high-integrity credits and also the high-integrity buyers. Finally, I would like to present to you what are our strategic outcomes expected from this initiative. We want to make sure that carbon markets unlock finance for enhanced implementation of the NDCs and SDGs. We want to foster equity in carbon markets, improving the outcomes for host countries and local stakeholders. We also want to increase the supply of high-quality carbon credits at a global scale. To do that, we will act in three main lines of action. Convening diverse stakeholders. We believe everyone has a say about this. People on the ground often know much more than what we know about what the solutions are for their local context. We want to make sure solutions are tailored to local circumstances. We want to support the setting up of frameworks that build local capacities. We are actually already doing that. We also want to integrate high-integrity guardrails to everything that we do. It's important to note that these guardrails will definitely evolve over time. So this initiative is also open to learning by doing and improving over time. This offer is divided into a readiness type of support and the implementation support. And the striking new component of this is actually on the readiness side of it. For implementation, UNDP already has several initiatives that are supporting countries, communities, and local actors in the generation of Article 6.2 ITMOS. We will hear about the experience from Ghana and Switzerland today. We are also supporting countries and jurisdictions in the jurisdictional voluntary carbon markets. So we will also be joined by the state of Amapá and Acre and Costa Rica, who is an early mover on jurisdictional REDD+. And we already give support to countries on domestic carbon markets. Chile, Costa Rica, and even Ecuador are examples of that. But what we see out there is that support to countries and local jurisdictions is fragmented, and it makes it very hard for countries and stakeholders to have a strategic view for carbon markets from the country perspective. So we are adding now a new offer to the package and bringing everything that we do under one umbrella. On this new offer, we will provide strategic support to countries, data and information about the impact of carbon markets on their NDC implementation, about their overall potential to attract finance from the different mechanisms and different types of credits that are generated, so they can make informed decisions about which pathway to take. We are partnering with Climate Focus, and we've been working with them already in this carbon markets access strategies to provide this holistic support to countries and local governments. It's important to say as well that we are already doing a lot on the different tracks that I mentioned before. We have Ghana and Vanuatu support to Article 6.2 transactions with the government of Switzerland. We will hear a little bit about that. Also under the same project, we are supporting Georgia, Malawi, Morocco, Peru, Senegal, Ukraine, and Uruguay in building their capacities for Article 6.2. In Brazil, we are supporting the setting up of the National Authority for Article 6 approvals. We are also in Brazil supporting all 9 jurisdictions or states from the Amazon in the generation of jurisdictional RED Plus credits with high integrity, and those are going to be met with already established demand from the Leaf Coalition with a high price, $10 per ton, which is very different from other prices being paid out there to voluntary carbon credits. We are supporting the government of Costa Rica in their certification under trees. They signed yesterday the ERPA agreement with LEAF. And with Ghana, we are doing 6.2 support for cooperation, and we are also supporting them being the financial intermediaries for their LEAF transaction, which was also signed here at this COP. Other countries are also receiving initial support for the strategies on carbon markets. And this is key also because we hear from private sector that the NDCs are great, but they don't understand how the NDCs will materialize into bankable projects and investments. So we can help that by developing the carbon markets access strategies and evaluating the specific potential of each country. We are doing the support in Kenya, Ivory Coast, Uganda, Liberia, and Vietnam. And we hope to scale this up as more partners join us in this process. Well, now to hear a little bit more about the existing portfolios and initiatives that I just described. Give me a moment. Dun, 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 dun. It is now my great pleasure to welcome to the stage and introduce the distinguished panelists. Honorable Dr. Kwaku Afie, Minister of the Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation of Ghana. Please join me on stage. Mr. Felix Wertli, Ambassador of the Environment of Switzerland. Please. Thank you. Ghana and Switzerland confirmed on December 2nd the authorization of the second project on waste to compost under the 2020 bilateral cooperation. Congratulations to the both of you. It's great to see this progress. UNDP is very proud to have facilitated and supported the countries in this process. You are the first countries that have authorized projects as part of Article 6 cooperative approaches to enable the reduction of greenhouse gases and support sustainable development goals. So I'll start with a question to Dr. Kwaku. Let me first congratulate you once again for your leadership, and I wanted to hear from you, how is Ghana using this framework, the national framework for the implementation of Article 6, which is part of this voluntary cooperation, to accelerate the implementation of your NDC? Also, we hear that your team and the government of Ghana is sharing its experience with other countries in the African region. So can you tell us a little bit more about these valuable South-South exchanges? Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me express our profound gratitude to the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, for our long-standing partnership, which has resulted in building the necessary building blocks to advance Ghana's climate action. Let me say that the scale of financing needed for Ghana to achieve the Paris Agreement is between USD 9.3 and 15.5 billion. which translates to 1.5 billion a year against only some 163 million a year in climate inflows as we speak now. This financial gap is very considerable indeed, and it is for this reason that Ghana is utilizing the Article 6 cooperation framework and other domestic means to mobilize additional funding from both the private sector and public international financing resources. Ghana's sources in the carbon markets under 6.2 has likely been driven by two main instruments. One, the first is the enabling policy and institutional framework. We realize that policy coherence and institutional framework under 6 is very, very important, and the arrangement is needed for Ghana's carbon market policy framework. And this is to open up the space for the private sector to redirect financing towards climate action. Indeed, the real McCoy for climate financing, whether mitigation, adaptation, is the participation of the private sector, because that is where really the money is. So this has been a huge step for Ghana to attract investment. In less than 2 years, Ghana's carbon market policy has helped to attract and facilitate both local and international private actors who are investing in climate mitigation action with significant benefits for adaptation and the SDG implementation. For us, this is a continuum. I've always said in several platforms that for those of us in the global south, if we were to concentrate on mitigation alone, we will not be here. We will not be wasting executive time. But these two, mitigation and adaptation, are interlinked. You address your mind to the fact that if adaptation were left in the ledge, we will be, exacerbating the problem in our environment because of extractive industries and the fact that most of our economy derive from things that we have to do with the environment. And then, of course, we also aspire to develop. So if you want to develop, you have to generate the necessary capital. But there's a synergy here. As we mitigate, we can have the synergy between our SDGs and then climate action, so that this is a perfect example of what synergy means. Another thing that for me from the global south, which people might not appreciate, how climate financing has brought to the fore the solution to social problems. Time was when social problems were not appreciated from my perspective in the global north. We're talking about poverty, we're talking about security in West Africa, for example, in the Sahel, which is all being driven by this, the underlying factor is this climate problems that we face. So this is almost like a magic bullet for us. But hey, we are now going into what I call the Boolean algorithm, if I may use computer speak, to solve all these problems, brings to the fore so many issues: women issues, children issues, climate issues, mitigation, adaptation. Indeed, I've learned to appreciate that loss and damage even can be factored here. It's acute exacerbation of a chronic problem. And in that sense, it's part of adaptation, if you think about it conceptually. So this financing that we are discussing here, for us from the South, it makes a lot of sense to us. But I want everybody to remember that we need the financing and fast. Otherwise, and this is not a threat, we have the potential to even exacerbate the problems. Remember, Africa contributes only 4%, but we also want to develop. And if we were to use present energy sources, we will make the case even worse. If we mount an assault, for example, in the energy sector, fuel wood alone, if we do not address that problem, and to rely even on villages to get the energy from fuel sources, which is not sustainable, where will you sequester the carbon? It means potentially a third of the potential space to sequester carbon would have been wiped out. And remember, Africa's population is growing fast and fast indeed. It's the fastest growing area in a regional area. So I just want to bring that to the fore. But I just want to continue and say that discussions on implementation of actual projects in some specific areas in Ghana include sustainable rice production under the Ghana-Switzerland cooperation facilitated by UNDP, waste recycling and compost project with a leading private sector partner in Ghana. For us, that is our multinational. They are all over Africa, for example. The National Clean Energy Access Programs facilitated by the Craig Foundation and the Clean Gusto Project, among others. I will be done very soon. The second point is to be successful in carbon market, in the carbon market. Promises to bring clarity in Ghana's readiness to implement its NDCs, and which is through carbon market instruments, but also the legal framework, which will reassure everybody that we will further strengthen and safeguard our investment of private sector and carbon market project developers. Finally, I'm happy to indicate that Ghana has signed and ratified bilateral agreements with Switzerland and completed negotiations with Sweden and Singapore, and we are in serious discussions with the government of Korea to initiate a bilateral agreement on same. So far, 21 projects in the areas of agriculture, waste energy, and clean cooking have been planned with the authorization issued for 2 on the promotion of climate-smart agricultural practices for sustainable rice cultivation in Ghana and other integrated waste management projects. So we are very happy to have made this count. In several respects, we are a pioneer as far as Africa is concerned in these areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Wait. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much, Minister. It's very impressive to see the work that has been done, and it's also an example to other countries on how to maximize carbon finance and make sure that it has sustainable benefits for the people and that it also leads to investments in adaptation as well. Thank you so much. Mr. Felix Bertli, Ambassador of Switzerland. Can you tell us a little bit more about Switzerland and why Article 6.2 and this leadership? Tell us a little bit more of how it started and what are you looking at in the forthcoming years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to thank you for having me and for organizing this very important event to have this great exchange today. I can say from the Swiss side, so where we stand at the moment, we have signed 11 bilateral agreements that then allow us to make those support this kind of projects. And we have 4 projects approved so far, 2 in Ghana, 1 in Thailand, and 1 in Vanuatu. What we are trying to build up is those projects is to create win-win situations. We hope for a win in the partner countries, that those projects to support and enhance sustainable development and also protect the environment. And second win is that it allows us to reduce faster our emissions, so that the global climate is benefiting from it. And for sure it also allows and helps Switzerland to achieve its climate goals, meaning our reduction targets. Very concretely, for what do we need those ITMOs, those entities that we are reducing? The first one is that we have a legal obligation to compensate part of the mobility sector from the transport sector. That means that the fuel importers, they have to organize those projects until 2030 to have to find 40 million ITMOs. The second reason is that the administration, we also try to take setting an example, on the one hand by reducing our emissions, and by the second element is that we also offset our emissions. We need about 2.3 million ITMOs for that. And a very great partnership together with UNDP to work on those elements. And as the minister mentioned, we are pioneers in that. Not even in Africa, not even in Europe, I think we are global pioneers because we have signed really the first project on that. And this was happened at the COP27 when we signed together with Ghana this project, what you have mentioned, Minister, about the rice. We have then signed the second one in February with Thailand about the e-buses in Bangkok, followed by solar electrification Vanuatu, and now last Saturday our second agreement where we both were there where the president also was attending about the project about the waste. And on top of that, we also work very much with UNDP, not only about these projects, but also what you have mentioned, the support to our partner countries on how to implement those Article 6.2s. A few elements about the lessons learned. So the main lesson learned is everything takes more time than you expect at the beginning. First of all, you need a good dialogue with the partner countries to come to those agreements. So with Ghana, we had several meetings. We had meetings in Bern, we had meetings in Accra, where our ministers went, for example. We signed an MOU that we agreed, let's start to work on the treaty between our two countries, and then we signed the treaty, and then you can really start working on those projects. In our case also, it's not the Swiss government who implements a project, it's this foundation, what you have mentioned, the CLIC Foundation, so those from the fuel importers who are responsible for it, but for sure, each of the governments, we control it, we approve those projects to have also be sure that everything is according to the rules and regulations in our countries. So that is one of the lessons learned. It takes time, the dialogue between the partner countries to establish also perhaps to create the trust about it, to understand what are the mutual interests and how to move on. We've also learned a lot about you have to provide security for investors. When investors go for projects, they need the security to know that they can get those ITMOs, those reductions, and that they can use them for their purposes. That was also a process we had to learn to talk to the private sector, to partner countries, how to ensure that, how to put that best in our treaties. And then last but not least, also we did not automatically approve established methodologies. According to the Swiss regulation and laws, we have to go beyond that, and we have to test again those methodologies to be really sure that we can achieve the reductions that are in the agreements. So we have to go for those measurements. That is also an element to ensure environmental integrity so that we can really provide the support for sustainable development, but also that we have these integrity aspects for sure, and we have learned that also takes a bit more time, the whole measurement, the whole technical expertise. And what we also hope also is kind of sharing like today, as we are together with Ghana and a few other countries, we are pioneering this field. We're also very happy to share our experiences, to show how we have done it, because I think the integrity of all those projects is really key, that we can work together in the future and make sure that those projects help us to reduce the effects of climate change by reducing emissions, but also contribute to sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. We will switch a little bit the panels now. It was great to hear. If you can still stay with us till the end, and we will have the questions in the end. So thank you so much. Thank you very much. It is now my great pleasure to introduce the second segment of this launch, which is focused on high integrity for voluntary carbon markets. UNDP initiative provides holistic and strategic support to countries and jurisdictions for all types of carbon markets, it being regulated under the UNFCCC or voluntary, as long as it abides by high integrity principles. To start this new panel, I would like to welcome to this stage His Excellency Governor Helder Barbalho from the state of Pará. Please welcome. His Excellency Governor Clécio Luiz from the state of Amapá, Brazil, please. Mr. Jorge Mário Rodrigues Zuniga, Executive Director from FONAFIFO, the National Fund for Forest Funding from Costa Rica. And Mrs. Sorry. And Mrs. Jennifer Tolley Corpus, Global Policy and Advocacy Lead for NIA Tero. Please welcome to the stage. Thank you. For those who need translation from Portuguese and Spanish, we have the QR code, and we have the team here to support you in setting this up. I would like to say as well that there is a lot of space in the back. I see some people crowded here at the door, so maybe we can move some of the people to the back, and you can still hear us from there. So I hope you have your headphones on, because I'll start with Governor Helder Barbalho, and I'll ask this question in Portuguese. Governador Helder Barbalho, prazer tê-lo conosco nesse lançamento da Iniciativa de Mercado de Carbono de Alta Integridade Ambiental do Programa das Nações Unidas para o Desenvolvimento. Recentemente, o mundo recebeu, com muita alegria, a publicação dos dados do PRODES, onde o Brasil reduziu o desmatamento em 22%. O Pará é uma parte importante desse resultado. O PNUD e o Estado do Pará já têm uma trajetória de cooperação para fortalecer a pecuária sustentável, a rastreabilidade, e temos também um projeto federal do Floresta Mais para pagamentos por serviços ambientais. Eu queria saber, o senhor também vai estar hospedando a COP30, né? Então, o Pará na liderança aí do desenvolvimento sustentável, uma grande importância para a agenda do clima em geral. A minha pergunta para o senhor seria: qual o papel dos mercados de carbono voluntários na estratégia do seu Estado para a captação de recursos para promover a conservação florestal? Em segundo lugar, eu queria saber também como o Estado tem trabalhado para desenvolver seu sistema jurisdicional de rede com alta integridade ambiental. Obrigada.
Boa tarde a todas, boa tarde a todos. I'm speaking, I'm so sorry, but I prefer, and I would like speaking in Portuguese. I'm so sorry, I believe it's possible have translator and all understand me, my language. That's okay? Well, agradecer ao PNUD pela oportunidade de estar aqui neste painel tão importante, tão relevante, em que trata certamente de uma das mais estratégicas ações para que nós possamos valorizar a floresta viva e permitir com que, a partir deste ativo, consigamos reter, frear o desmatamento e a pressão sobre a floresta, assegurando com que floresta viva possa valer mais do que floresta morta. Cumprimentar o governador Clécio e, em nome dele, os demais painelistas, uma satisfação poder estar aqui junto com vocês. Dizer que, no âmbito do Estado do Pará, um Estado que possui 75% do seu território em floresta nativa, um Estado que é do tamanho de Portugal, Espanha e França juntos. O segundo maior Estado da Federação Brasileira, e que assiste o processo de política de carbono como estratégia profundamente importante, envolvendo as comunidades tradicionais, e, para tal, construir integridade desta atividade é absolutamente decisiva, para que o mercado respeite o carbono oriundo do nosso território e para que nós possamos fazer com que este ativo seja oportunizado no retorno para as comunidades tradicionais e no retorno aos investimentos necessários para a preservação do meio ambiente e de políticas públicas que transversalmente possam estruturar a estratégia de desenvolvimento sustentável com floresta viva. Neste contexto, o Estado do Pará tem consolidado o seu sistema jurisdicional com um viés que entendo ser, certamente, um dos mais importantes, a participação popular. A participação das comunidades tradicionais, a participação de povos indígenas, a participação de povos extrativistas, e, com isto, tenhamos a integridade do processo e a participação das pessoas que vivem na floresta para que as mesmas possam ser partícipes deste legado. O sistema jurisdicional do Estado, neste momento, está na fase final da sua construção, fruto de uma parceria do governo do Pará com o governo da Noruega, que aportou 23 milhões de reais para a construção do nosso sistema jurisdicional. Nós já implementamos a Agência Estadual de Ativos Ambientais, que será a agência reguladora do processo de verificação e distribuição para todos os atores envolvidos, inclusive dentro da lógica do carbono, que permitirá a comparação das emissões do ano anterior com as emissões do ano atual, gerando a diferença, o crédito, e, a partir daí, permitindo com que haja esta comercialização. Quero aqui estimular cada vez mais os olhares da iniciativa privada para a integridade do processo jurisdicional do Estado do Pará, para a integridade, por conseguinte, do carbono oriundo do Estado do Pará, para que nós possamos fazer disto uma importante ação aliada à reversão dos nossos níveis de desmatamento e os nossos níveis de emissão. Destacar um ponto que entendo ser fundamental dentro do processo de carbono: a regularização fundiária, para que haja integridade das áreas que estão sendo selecionadas, qualidade da captura do carbono, portanto, a qualidade da nossa floresta, para que isto seja um processo relevante, que estará compatibilizando floresta nativa com o Plano Estadual de Restauro. Nós acabamos de lançar um Plano Estadual de Restauro que projeta 5,7 milhões de hectares até 2030 de restauro de área. E por que eu destaco o restauro? Por saber que no mercado de carbono, o mercado de restauro tem um valor agregado diferenciado, portanto, é uma oportunidade significativa neste processo. Para que eu possa concluir e ouvir os demais colaboradores, este é o momento em que o Brasil está discutindo o seu projeto de carbono e nós, governadores da Amazônia, somos absolutamente assertivos no fortalecimento dos sistemas jurisdicionais dos nossos estados, para que nós possamos, a partir do sistema jurisdicional, permitir um ambiente ao investidor que seja de segurança na sua atividade, mas sob o olhar daquilo que cabe ao Estado, que é preservar o interesse da população local, que nós possamos assegurar com que estes recursos tenham dois vieses importantes e estratégicos. O carbono comercializado, ele, primeiro, deve ser distribuído para os povos detentores da floresta. E, segundo, aquilo que couber de receita advinda do carbono possa alimentar os orçamentos estaduais para serem revertidos em políticas públicas que reduzam o desmatamento, que reduzam a descarbonização e que tragam transformação socioambiental para o Estado do Pará, para a Amazônia, e construindo este novo modelo ao meio ambiente. Esta é a lógica que o Estado do Pará defende, é a lógica que o Estado do Pará tem construído, e nós temos convicção de que essa caminhada até a COP30 em 2025 será fundamental para que nós possamos deixar um legado ambiental de transformação da nossa região, em que cuide da floresta e cuide das pessoas. E o mercado de carbono é decisivo na conciliação das vocações, transformando carbono, transformando floresta em uma vocação ambiental, mas em uma nova vocação de solução social que possa incluir a sociedade local. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much. Thank you for emphasizing the importance of the resources, going to the ground, and also the land tenure issues, which are a big challenge. Governador Clécio Luiz, o PNUD tem bastante orgulho de apoiar os estados da Amazônia brasileira, o Amapá, a cumprir com os requisitos técnicos para o acesso ao mercado de carbono pelo setor florestal. O estado do Amapá tem uma grande cobertura florestal, participativamente, por meio da Força-Tarefa dos Governadores pelo Clima, de discussões relacionadas a esse acesso de recursos, né, de rede, como dizia o governador Helder. A minha pergunta para o senhor é: como mercados de carbono voluntários podem trazer incentivos adicionais para promover a conservação florestal? Em segundo lugar, quais são os principais desafios e oportunidades para os estados da Amazônia brasileira em acessarem diretamente esses recursos? Obrigada.
Obrigado também. Quero dar boa tarde a todos e a todas. Rapidamente saudar meu companheiro Helder Barbalho, governador do vizinho estado do Pará, de onde saiu o Amapá, e presidente do consórcio de governadores da Amazônia. Saudar também Jorge Maria Rodrigues e Jennifer Tauli. Saudar a todos e a todas. Bom, nós temos um grande desafio, que é a dicotomia, que não é só do nosso Amapá, mas de toda a Amazônia, a dicotomia entre termos os melhores indicadores ambientais do Brasil e do planeta. Nós temos no Amapá 97% da nossa cobertura vegetal intacta. Nós temos 73,5% do nosso território físico protegido por algum instituto legal, áreas indígenas, reservas biológicas, reservas extrativistas, de desenvolvimento sustentável, área de proteção ambiental, etc., quase 74%. E, em que pese tenhamos os melhores indicadores ambientais, nós amargamos os piores indicadores sociais e econômicos. Essa é a tecla que nós estamos batendo, porque esse é o grande desafio, é equalizar esses números, é fazer com que essa equação tenha, ao final, a manutenção, porque nós precisamos e queremos manter esses bons indicadores, aliás, excelentes indicadores ambientais, mas nós precisamos aumentar os nossos indicadores sociais e indicadores econômicos. Essa equação, ou essa conta como é hoje, ela é insustentável sob todos os aspectos. Portanto, esse passa a ser o pior desafio. E o mercado de crédito carbono, voltando para a primeira pergunta, ele ainda é algo muito abstrato para o próprio mercado, né? E a questão dos sistemas jurisdicionais são fundamentais para que os estados subnacionais possam ter minimamente governabilidade e a gente possa fazer valer o princípio de que quem protegeu tem o direito à reversão de recursos, de compensações pela preservação. Eu queria pedir licença a todos e a todas. Eu elaborei um discurso escrito, eu queria poder ler rapidinho, acho que dura 3 minutos, e queria usá-lo para fazer o registro. Pode ser? Bom, o discurso que eu vou fazer aqui agora, ele reflete esse dilema que eu acabei de falar, né? Um dilema e um problema a ser enfrentado e que precisará da ajuda de muitos e de todos para que nós possamos vencê-lo. A ciência é clara ao afirmar que precisamos acabar com o desmatamento ilegal nas florestas tropicais para resolver a crise climática global. Eu estou governador do estado do Amapá, no extremo norte do Brasil, localizado na linha do Equador, na foz do Rio Amazonas, o estado mais preservado, com 73% das áreas protegidas. Estamos em uma fronteira com a Guiana Francesa, que, na verdade, é a maior fronteira da América Latina com a Europa. E a Amazônia Legal é o maior reservatório de carbono florestal do mundo. Mas, para protegê-la, é necessário o apoio técnico e financeiro de todos aqueles e aquelas que se beneficiam com a manutenção da floresta em pé. O custo anual das ações de fiscalização ambiental em uma área de cerca de 5 milhões de quilômetros quadrados é extremamente alto. Falarei aqui, em nome do meu Estado, e com a licença do nosso presidente do Consórcio Amazônia, também em nome dos demais estados da Amazônia, que desenvolvem e implementam seus planos estaduais para ações de preservação e controle do desmatamento ilegal. As ações de fiscalização ambiental não são suficientes para garantir a conservação da região. Com cerca de 30 milhões de pessoas vivendo na Amazônia brasileira, é necessário promover atividades produtivas sustentáveis como a bioeconomia. Reduzir o desmatamento é, sim, uma prioridade. E nós apresentamos aqui um desafio que se impõe a regiões com baixo desmatamento, como a Amapá, e que representa aí algo entre 0,1% a 0,6% de todo o desmatamento da Amazônia brasileira nos últimos 10 anos. O mecanismo de REDD, tradicionalmente, não tem beneficiado estados com alta cobertura florestal e baixa taxa de desmatamento, já que esse mecanismo se concentra na redução das emissões de desmatamento. Temos sido penalizados por termos feito o dever de casa, que é preservar. E a pena é a mais dura para o povo que o preservou diligentemente e não se rendeu aos mercados ilegais. A pena, a condenação, tem sido a pobreza geracional. Nas metodologias atuais, apenas os estados que desmataram muito têm um grande potencial de receber esse financiamento, enquanto que estados que conseguiram manter as suas florestas em pé, com esforços próprios, não conseguem acessar recursos do REDD para implementar suas políticas e melhorar a qualidade de vida da população. Sejam os povos da florestas, ribeirinhos, indígenas, quilombolas ou da Amazônia rural. Importante dizer a vocês que a nossa alta cobertura florestal não nos exime dos riscos e pressões sobre a floresta e seus serviços ecossistêmicos. A população do Amapá precisa de desenvolvimento, segurança alimentar, oportunidades econômicas e sociais. Além disso, existem ilícitos ambientais e questões fundiárias que aumentam as pressões sobre a floresta. Portanto, os estados como o Amapá e outros, que desmatam pouco, também precisam de incentivos para continuar conservando suas florestas e promover o desenvolvimento em harmonia com o ambiente natural. Os mercados de carbono, particularmente com metodologia que reconhecem as peculiaridades das jurisdições como a do Amapá, representam uma grande oportunidade de financiamento. Por exemplo, com metodologia de padrão Arts-Tris, que oferece uma abordagem que calcula tanto a cobertura vegetal quanto as taxas de desmatamento, aumentando, assim, o potencial de captação de recursos para o Estado. O projeto financiado pelo governo da Noruega e com o apoio do PNUD e outros parceiros tem apoiado essa iniciativa, trazendo a possibilidade de participação do Amapá em mecanismos internacionais de financiamento climático. Manter as áreas florestais e cumprir com os padrões de carbono florestal requer investimentos contínuos, capacidade técnica e uma articulação política alinhada com a visão do desenvolvimento sustentável. Mesmo com o apoio internacional e multilateral, é necessário priorizar recursos financeiros e humanos em atividades que tenham perspectiva de sustentabilidade às ações do Estado, especialmente em tempos de múltiplas crises econômicas. O mundo ainda possui poucas experiências de comercialização de créditos de HFLD. Isso traz incertezas para os mercados em desenvolvimento. O compromisso em cumprir com as metodologias adequadas para demonstrar a alta integridade social e ambiental dos créditos do Amapá deve ser acompanhado pelo comprometimento dos financiadores e empresas em reconhecer o nosso histórico de políticas de conservação ambiental e apoiar a sua continuidade para manter as florestas em pé. O Amapá já cumpre o seu papel com o planeta, e com a humanidade, mas o seu povo ainda vive na pobreza. Trazer esse paradoxo é nosso foco central na COP28. Não é mais possível fazermos tanto pelo mundo e pela humanidade e recebermos tão pouco. Manter as florestas em pé é a melhor maneira de evitar que o carbono florestal seja liberado na atmosfera. E é uma necessidade urgente para as comunidades florestais e os ecossistemas que dependem das florestas intactas. Portanto, assim eu me despeço e quero agradecer a oportunidade de representar o Estado do Amapá, assim como falar também pelos estados da Amazônia brasileira. E vemos nos mercados do carbono de alta integridade social e ambiental uma possibilidade real de financiar nossas políticas de conservação e esperamos continuar contando com toda essa colaboração. Muito obrigado.
Obrigada. Agora passamos a nossos amigos de Costa Rica. Jorge Mário Rodríguez é diretor executivo de FONAFIFO em Costa Rica. Costa Rica está avançando em diferentes frentes, com o objetivo de maximizar as fontes de financiamento para apoiar o programa de pagos por serviços ambientais. En esta COP, o governo de Costa Rica avança em las negociações de la venta de créditos TRIS ao governo de Noruega. El PNUD é um parceiro neste processo e saluda o liderazgo de Costa Rica. O país também está avançando com FCPF, do Banco Mundial. Poderias dizer-nos um pouco da estratégia de tu país para acender fontes diversas de financiamento de mercados de carbono voluntários para apoiar a implementação da NDC de Costa Rica?
Bueno, muy buenas tardes. Gracias, Leticia. Muy buenas tardes, compañeros y compañeras que me acompañan en el panel. Muy buenas tardes a todas y todas. Un agradecimiento por invitarme a compartir un poco las experiencias que hemos tenido en Costa Rica con respecto a lo que es el desarrollo, la búsqueda de fuentes de financiamiento para no solamente consolidar y fortalecer lo que hemos venido realizando, sino que también en el desarrollo de la estrategia red que hemos desarrollado, hemos evidenciado una serie de acciones que quisiéramos realizar, pero que no necesariamente podemos hacerlas por una cuestión meramente presupuestaria. Y ahí es donde Costa Rica como tal ve con muy buenos ojos lo que es el ingreso potencial que podamos recibir mediante lo que es la venta de créditos de carbono. Pero ¿qué es lo que hemos hecho nosotros como Costa Rica para decir, levantar la voz de que el producto que nosotros estamos vendiendo es un producto de calidad y de alta integridad? Bueno, desde hace muchos años, desde que se lanzó la estrategia Red en Bali en el 2007, Costa Rica venía ya trabajando desde hace muchos años en un programa de pago por servicios ambientales como un reconocimiento a los productores, a los campesinos, a los indígenas, por proteger los bosques o recuperar áreas que son de vocación forestal y que están en otros usos. Éramos conscientes de que vender carbono, y en aquel entonces todavía más, había mucho escepticismo de lo que realmente pudiera darse y de lo que el resultado de ese ingreso, esa venta de créditos de carbono, viniera a favorecer lo que en aquel entonces hablábamos sobre la situación climática, de cambio del calentamiento global y el desastre ecológico que se estaba provocando no solamente a nivel del país, sino también a nivel mundial. Entonces nosotros nos propusimos realmente empaquetar un producto, en este caso la tonelada de carbono, pero con diferenciaciones muy importantes. ¿Qué son esas diferenciaciones? Lo primero que nosotros pensamos es que ante el escepticismo que existía en aquel momento sobre el impacto que podía tener la venta de carbono y eso relacionado con el impacto que podía tener en evitar o disminuir los gases de efecto invernadero y así evitar el calentamiento global, siempre consideramos llegamos y ahí fue donde tocamos las puertas al Banco Mundial, con el FCPF, al Programa de las Naciones Unidas, para que nos ayudaran realmente a generar esa base de datos que pudiéramos nosotros con confianza venderle a gobiernos amigos o a las empresas privadas para decirle, vea, Costa Rica está trabajando en esto y efectivamente la tonelada de gases de efecto invernadero mitigadas está aquí y se está dando, y por lo tanto estamos cumpliendo nosotros con el objetivo climático mundial y el Acuerdo de París, que tiene que ver con disminución de gases de efecto invernadero y evitar el calentamiento global. Entonces nosotros en este trabajo de buscar un producto con alta integridad ambiental, respetamos totalmente las salvaguardas del Cancún, pero también ahí muy importante es que esa estrategia nacional no es una estrategia que la está construyendo el gobierno solo, sino que es una estrategia con mucha inclusión, es una estrategia que ha sido construida desde abajo hacia arriba con la participación de todas las partes interesadas relevantes, llámese en esto el gobierno, llámese en esto las organizaciones civiles, llámese en esto las empresas privadas, los territorios indígenas, la inclusión y muy importante aquí de la participación de las mujeres y los jóvenes en la construcción de la estrategia. Entonces nosotros decimos, el producto que Costa Rica hace, dado esa robustez de los datos que hemos generado, producto también del apoyo económico que hemos recibido en aquel entonces del FCPF, del Banco Mundial, también del Programa de las Naciones Unidas con ONU Red, es lo que nos permite hoy a nosotros, Costa Rica, decir realmente la tonelada de reducción de emisiones que nosotros estamos vendiendo, que estamos proponiendo vender, viene a cumplir ese objetivo que todos nosotros queremos. Entonces, parte de la estrategia que como país hemos hecho es eso. Una es que estamos construyendo con el apoyo gubernamental, el fortalecimiento institucional a nivel del gobierno, a nivel del Ministerio de Ambiente y Energía, pero también muy importante la participación de las empresas privadas, la participación de las universidades, la participación de los territorios indígenas en esa construcción. Y también esto lo llevo muy de la mano porque cualquier ingreso que nosotros eventualmente tengamos o que hemos tenido, respetamos lo que es la distribución de beneficios. Y también eso yo creo que es muy importante como un ejemplo y una lección al mundo. Qué difícil es convencer a los territorios indígenas de que lo que ellos han hecho o están haciendo es favorable para el ambiente si no hay una retribución económica. Y esa retribución económica que se da tiene que darse con transparencia. Costa Rica es claro, y con nosotros en el Ministerio de Ambiente y Energía, en el Fondo Nacional de Financiamiento Forestal, hacemos una rendición de cuentas y una fiscalización de los recursos, en donde ahí año con año decimos cuántos recursos recibimos y cómo se distribuyeron esos recursos, para que no haya ninguna duda de que efectivamente quien está proveyendo ese servicio de mitigación de gases, que en este caso particular de Costa Rica es el dueño del árbol o el dueño del bosque, está o va a recibir el beneficio importante. Entonces, dentro de esta estrategia, como les digo, podemos resumirlas en varios aspectos, 3 o 4 principales. Uno es un compromiso total gubernamental de inclusión de todas aquellas partes interesadas que tienen que ver con los bosques. Lo segundo es que todas las negociaciones que está haciendo Costa Rica son negociaciones abiertas. Por ejemplo, ahora en diciembre, hace un año precisamente, el señor ministro Fras Tatema, que está por acá muy activamente participando en la convención, le mandó una carta a todos los 24 territorios indígenas indicándoles, señores, como ustedes saben, hemos cerrado negociación con el Fondo Verde del Clima, que nos administra el PNUD en Costa Rica, hemos cerrado negociaciones con el FCPF, el Banco Mundial, ha generado tantos millones de dólares y ahora estamos en negociaciones particularmente con Emerging, con la coalición LIV, y eventualmente nosotros estaremos indicándole a ustedes cómo van esos avances. Bueno, esos avances que hemos tenido en la construcción de la estrategia y en este proceso que felizmente ayer logramos firmar el acuerdo, como lo mencionaba Leticia, por $10 millones con Emerging y producto de financiamiento técnico del gobierno de Noruega, también los territorios indígenas y las comunidades locales están informadas de qué es eso y cuál es el beneficio que ellos van a recibir cuando ese recurso ingrese. Entonces, parte de esa estrategia que nosotros hemos desarrollado es eso, y responde muy bien a lo que dice el Acuerdo de París, que tiene que existir transparencia, tiene que existir trazabilidad y muy importante con respecto a las salvaguardas y también con respecto a la distribución de los beneficios que previamente en la construcción de la estrategia así se estableció. Entonces nosotros hemos venido trabajando con eso. Yo creo que eso es lo que nos permite a nosotros tener la estatura moral para decir el producto que Costa Rica está ofreciendo es un producto de alta calidad, de alta integridad, y no solamente porque lo decimos nosotros, sino también porque está bajo el escrutinio del Fondo Verde del Clima, está bajo el escrutinio del FCPF, del Banco Mundial, está bajo el escrutinio y respeto de todos los marcos metodológicos que, por cierto, no son sencillos, y es parte también de lo que Costa Rica ha levantado la voz. Tenemos varios metodológicos para cumplir con el cálculo de la reducción de emisiones. ¿Por qué no facilitarlos? Eso lo podemos ver en otro panel. Pero también en esto nosotros decimos, eso es parte de lo que Costa Rica ofrece y es parte de lo que Costa Rica también exige al mundo. Si queremos recursos y vemos los mercados de carbono como una fuente de financiamiento, tenemos que hacer con ese grado de transparencia, ese grado de fortalecimiento en cuanto al desarrollo de la estrategia y la integridad ambiental y social, y podemos decir con satisfacción, eso lo hemos logrado, pero todavía hay muchas cosas que hacer, hay muchos desafíos. Uno de los desafíos, y no voy a terminar sin decirlo, es que también Costa Rica ha sido muy vocal en cuanto al monto del precio de la tonelada de carbono. Recibimos del FCPF, el Fondo Verde del Clima, $5 por hectárea. Ayer felizmente firmamos por $10, pero todavía para nosotros es muy complicado decirle a los dueños de los bosques, al dueño del árbol que produce la reducción de gas, que el monto todavía no es un monto que llama la atención, no es un monto que viene a mover aguja. Por lo tanto, parte de lo que Costa Rica también menciona es que tiene que hacerse una revisión exhaustiva de cuál es la metodología para calcular los precios de carbono, porque definitivamente ese precio va a tener que ser incrementado si queremos que realmente los bosques y las comunidades indígenas, las comunidades locales, los campesinos puedan beneficiarse de ese ingreso. Por lo tanto, Leticia, eso es parte de lo que puedo comentar, y por supuesto que estamos en la mejor disposición de ampliar o aclarar cualquier inquietud. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Jorge Mario. I think it's a great segue. We will now hear from Jennifer Towley. Thank you so much for joining us today, Jennifer. We recognize that carbon markets have been a controversial issue for indigenous peoples for a long time. However, during the last 2 years, there have been several efforts and initiatives working to promote high integrity, including the respect of indigenous peoples' rights, both in demand and supply side. Are these efforts enough? What could be done better?
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you very much for the presentations of the other panelists that came before me. I think it's heartening to hear that there's high awareness of indigenous peoples, and for me, this brings to, emphasizes that high integrity carbon credits includes the need to respect the rights of indigenous peoples, including the right to participate, full and effective participation, but also free, prior, and informed consent, as well as the possibility of being full partners instead of merely beneficiaries of the engagement in carbon markets. So I think that's one important advance. However, as you said, there's quite some controversy among indigenous peoples. It's it's a polarizing issue among indigenous peoples, because some would like to be assured that this is indeed a solution and it's not something that just delays action and the need to cut carbon at source. Okay, so there needs to be that assurance. I think talking about integrity in the carbon markets gets us there. In particular, the discussions on Article 6 as well, I think helps in getting us there, in providing that assurance. What can be improved? I think that there needs to be improvement around when we talk about jurisdictional RED+. I think it's important to emphasize that the safeguards for indigenous peoples are global in nature, because in Costa Rica, I think, and in Brazil, the framework, the legal and policy framework for indigenous peoples' rights is quite strong. So it's necessary to pay attention to the rights of indigenous peoples. However, what happens in places where we don't have such a legal framework, there are many countries in my region, for example, in Asia. The Philippines, where I'm from, is an exception because we have an Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act. But what happens in cases where they don't have that kind of protection? So I think it's important to emphasize that this is a global requirement in order for carbon markets to have high integrity. The second I'd like to point out, and the second area of improvement, is when talking about jurisdictional RED. You know, there's this possibility of having a nested proposal from indigenous peoples. We haven't seen much of this so far, but I think that possibility needs to be there. And you know, how do we make sure that jurisdictional RED doesn't have the unintended consequence of limiting the rights of indigenous peoples? We see this in some places where a certain share has been identified for indigenous peoples, you know, in the deals that have been made. And it, in a way, serves as a disincentive for further recognition of land rights of indigenous peoples. Because if you've pegged the share of indigenous peoples in the deal at this certain percentage, what would be the incentive for those territories that are being demarcated and, you know, in the process of being titled? What would be the incentive for government to continue the recognition of land rights? So these are some, and then maybe the last one that I would like to bring up is the grievance. The idea of grievance mechanism. So how do we put that in place to address situations where things go wrong? So I leave it there, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Unfortunately, we will not have time for questions. We took longer than expected, so thank you so much. We will now go to closing remarks. I appreciate you, so maybe you can take a seat, and then you can stay. Okay, please stay. I'm sorry. You can stay here, and I'll pass it over to Aiken Steiner, the administrator of UNDP. Thank you so much.
Sim, muito obrigado. Where do you want me to go? Actually, let me just take the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to join you after such an intense session, and it's wonderful when you walk through this large campus and you come to a door and the queues are literally reaching outside. So first of all, thank you for what I think was a fascinating discussion. Just listening to the speakers as I had the opportunity to at the end, I was struck again by how what we're discussing here this afternoon is, in a sense, human ingenuity at its best, but if not exercised carefully, it can give rise to many unintended consequences. And I think listening to you just now, I was very struck also by this fact of how grievance mechanisms, but also the story from Costa Rica about transparency and accountability and openness, these are things that we often think of afterwards because we're very preoccupied, first of all, with carbon and with creating a market. And certainly carbon markets, I think, are in some ways a fascinating proposition. They're as absurd as the idea that somebody gives you a piece of paper and it says, I will pay you $1, and you believe them, right? This is what we have created, a promissory note, and the whole world today walks around with pieces of paper, well, less and less so with credit cards now, even more absurd, and you believe that you will actually get something in return. Carbon markets have been a difficult creation of our climate change contradictory reality in our time. Let's be very honest. We still struggle sometimes between the idea whether carbon markets are really someone's right to buy the right to pollute or someone's right to trade their carbon sequestration. Now, ironically, that is exactly the ingenuity of carbon markets. There is somebody who is looking to buy something, and there is somebody who is actually able to sell something that 10 years ago nobody had even thought of. So why do I say this? Not because it concludes in a very singular way the dilemmas that such a market creates, but I think it speaks to the fact that we are still at a very early stage of something that, if not done well, with integrity, with transparency, but also with trust and accountability, could go badly wrong for many people, whether it is indigenous peoples, whether it is countries that essentially, let me put it very simply, get screwed in a global marketplace, or whether it becomes a way to actually distract the world from the necessity to decarbonize. So I think all of this is, in a sense, the canopy or the wall against which we have to paint, in a sense, the picture and the design. What we want to contribute as UNDP, an organization has the privilege of working in 170 countries, having very often a long-standing set of relationships and partnerships, and also the role of a trusted partner, is to focus in particular on the interests, the capacities, and the innovations of those who are supplying the carbon credits in this market. Because let's be honest, for a long time, this has been a market that has been led by demand, and I'm sure Letitia and other colleagues will have spoken to that already. Our role every day as UNDP, as a development program of the United Nations, is to help developing countries to have stronger institutions, better policies, more effective economic instruments with which to actually drive development forward. Now, being at a COP, I think it is not surprising that we home in on something like carbon at this moment. The question is, beyond the dilemma of perhaps allowing some to simply buy 10 more years in which they continue to emit emissions, instead of stopping to emit, with nevertheless the ability of developing countries that have an extraordinary asset. An asset that, without entering the carbon market, is, as any indigenous person would say, or any environmentalist, a wonderful asset. It is nature. It may be land, it may be forests, it may be vegetation. But is there really something that speaks against also adding a financial income on top of that value? And I think this is very important, because if we basically replace one with the other, we are in trouble. So this is extending the value proposition of an ecosystem with great integrity. Costa Rica has taught us many good lessons over the years. And I think for us right now, the priority is, with this high integrity carbon markets initiative, to offer developing countries, first of all, a way to connect with other countries. The future is being invented every day across the planet. It is not in one country, it is not in one institution, and we consider ourselves as UNDP a great part of the ecosystem that can connect innovation, experimentation, and above all, being able to share those lessons very quickly. Secondly, we are part of a community of organizations that believe deeply in the importance of integrity, but also of the capacity of institutions to be able to actually put such markets into place. You need a degree of expertise, you need skills, you need also experience in order to create the conditions where such a carbon market can withstand, first of all, the dishonesty of some, the lack of integrity of others, but above all, to protect the intent, the good intent of what actually underpins this carbon market. I hope, in the way that you have already, I think, heard quite a bit this afternoon, that you can sense that in UNDP we don't claim to have the perfect recipe or formula. What we bring is a deep commitment to countries that wish to take their role in the carbon market to the next level, an extraordinary pool of partners, and partaking in experimentation innovation across the world learning sometimes from indigenous people, sometimes learning from financial wizards in the financial markets of the world. We have access to that expertise, and we can hopefully, to many countries who are interested, make it more accessible, curated in a way that meets the needs of the country rather than some formula that was devised for a global carbon market. Those are just a few thoughts to end this afternoon, and to also, as the head of UNDP, to thank my colleagues, to thank our panelists who joined us here this afternoon, to thank those brilliant people who came up with the idea of a carbon market, but also to send a signal to those who, ever since we began using carbon markets, have sometimes looked at a way of cheating rather than actually maintaining the integrity of this vital platform on which we can actually trade, but more importantly, help the world mobilize the finance we need in order to actually decarbonize and maintain the carbon sequestration capacity of our planet. With that intent, I wish you all a very good afternoon, and again, please reach out to my colleagues, Letitia, Cassie, and others who are here if you're interested. Otherwise, you know where you can find us, undp.org, always at your service. Appreciative of your presence here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
This is the end of our section. Thank you so much for coming, and we have a new event here, so I would invite you to leave right after this. So thank you so much for coming.
I'm really sorry.
Yes, it works. Hi, hello. For those who are already here and wish to stay. Yes, please. All of you who are gathered here, we will have one more presentation coming now, which is also a big announcement. It will be a big report of more than 500 companies who are working on lean and green sustainability strategies. So please stay seated if you wish.